Welcome back. 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 Welcome back.
So far, there have been 2 casualties on this night, and I can predict that more will follow. This supernatural will not rest until all of its victims are dealt with. And it won't be hard, as it is able to detect where its victims are at all times. I would suggest that these mere mortals simply run.
Oh God, what the?
Science_streams just resubscribed for 3 months at Tier 1. Thanks to @Amber the Rambler for my sub gift. I love Queen Miss Snelly.
Hello, friendos. Hello, gamers. Welcome back. How is everybody? Happy Friday. Science, how are you today? Thank you so much for the 3 months at Tier 1, and thank you, Amber, as well. I adore you. I adore you guys. If you're not following Mr. Science over at Science Streams, please make sure to go give him a follow. He is live right now. You can go say hello. He's celebrating 5 years. 5 years on this lovely platform. And he's incredible. He's incredible. You guys can learn so many things over on his channel while having a good time doing it. So please, 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 please go drop him a follow. Please go drop him a follow. How is everybody today? Welcome in, Scully. Congrats on that 69. You now have 20 pinky coins. Look at you racking those up. Look at you racking those up. Solvin, welcome in. You guys, go follow my friend Solvin as well. It's good to see you, Solvin. Pause, it's good to see you. Welcome in. Congrats on the first. You've been first twice. Congratulations. Hello, hello, everybody. Pause, enjoy your flat white zombie. Enjoy, enjoy, enjoy. Oh, I need to turn off. Hold on. Before I forget. We're not gonna do YouTube tonight. We're not gonna do YouTube tonight. However, I do have a new YouTube video that went out. Was it yesterday or the day before yesterday? One of the two. That I would love if you guys would go leave a little like, leave a little comment, give a little watch if you have not. Actually, I have two technically. There was one on DVD and there's one that was just a fun video. So, you know, if you're able to do both, that would be great. But if you did just one, this one is the one that I would appreciate. If you did just one and only one. But yes. Scully, enjoy your Java Gen. Vampy Emmy, congrats on the knot first. Congrats. How are you today? Enjoy your Vivi Frappe. Enjoy. Ghost, enjoy your Java Gin. Badger, enjoy that Glory Hole milkshake.
I'm in danger.
Purple, enjoy Yohansu cold brew. Blood, enjoy that yokai latte.
I'm in danger.
Is that the lovely, wonderful, beautiful Sabina coming in here? Hello. Hillary, enjoy your pull tea. Jojo, enjoy that ghost energy. What flavor are you having today? I currently have blue raspberry. I love this flavor. It's so good. Bad, welcome in. How are you doing today? Zach, welcome in. Enjoy your booze. Baha blast from the cafe. How are you? Zach, enjoy your booze. Did I already say Zach? I think I did. Zach, enjoy your booze. Baha blast. We are so back. Hi, Casper. How are you today? We have Solvin with a 105 stream streak. That's insane. Solvin. Thank you so much for streaking and for being here 105 heckin' times. That's insane. Forgot the emote? That's okay. You can drop another time with the emote. You dropped. That's all that matters. I'm gonna go ahead and pull up bingo so you guys can prep your bingo cards if you would like to participate in bingo. Let me see. Create game. There we go. Alright, you can prep those bingo cards if you would like, and also you don't have to Solvin Scully. Both your names start with S. You don't have to. But if you would like to help out with bingo, you can. Oh goodness. How you doing, Blood? It's good to see you. True, welcome in. Guys, make sure you're following our True Woo if you have not. Our True Lucifer. We got Purple with a 70 stream watch streak as well. You guys better close your eyes and make it Purple in the chat. My goodness. How are you in vodka? We're doing well today. Jojo. How are you today? Yimothy, welcome in. How are you doing today? I hope you're doing well. Hi, Zach. Saw the message, and Cubone is my favorite Pokemon. I love Cubone. He's so cute. His story is so sad. But I mean, to be honest, there's a lot of sad Pokemon stories. There's a lot of sad Pokemon stories, but I do love Cubone. I do love Cubone. Hi KP, how are you? I hope you've had a good day, Pause. Asmodai, it's good to see you. Welcome in, welcome in. So, Asmodai, I met today during a match. It was so nice to see you, and it was very nice to have like a positive interaction as well. Don't often get those. Don't often get those, regardless of whether you're playing Survivor or Killer. So, it's very nice to meet you today. Very nice to meet you today. Welcome in. Happy to have you here. Yimothy, enjoy that Americano incense. How are you? Scully, what's number 6? Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm gonna have to give you mod again, because Scully, I don't know how you do it, but everybody, can we get some -7s for Scully in the chat, please? Enjoy your 69 seconds of choking, Scully.
Welcome back.
See you later. I swear to God. I swear to God. Here to say I love you, then I go back to work. I love you, Sabina. I hope work is treating you well today. I hope work is treating you well today. Enjoy your Oni muffins. Yeah, I hope it's going smooth too. I hope it's going smooth too. Be so many more if I hadn't missed the one. I know, but still, 105 is crazy. It's crazy. And Sabina with a 140 stream streak. You guys better close your eyes and Nikki. Sabina in the chat. Free the boobas. Free them. Free them. I love you. I love you. Yeah, you're right, Jojo. You nailed it. You nailed it, Jojo. My favorite Pokemon is Rayquaza. Wait, okay. I remember this was a question at Worlds. Rayquaza, I think is how it was actually pronounced. Tied for first place is Garchomp. Really? Interesting. I'm curious why, Blood. The Fox Yui, that's right. Try to be positive when I play DBD. I love that because I feel like there's so much negativity. There's so much negativity. You did manifest it. You did, Jojo. You absolutely did. Twyla, enjoy your sanity. How are you? Guys, if you're not following my Twyla today as well, please make sure to go give Twyla a sneaky chicken follow. I adore Twyla. She's one of my besties. I love her so much. And also Coley with a 40 stream streak. You guys better be following Coley. Thank you for that 40 stream streak, guys. Close your eyes. There's a Nikki Coley in the chat. Have you thought about a salute emote, Shana? I've not thought about a salute emote. I've not. We have the -7 emote now, Blood. Which is the same concept. I can explain to you another time if you would like. But it's the same concept. It's the same concept. You can have, or you can save streaks by watching clips and VODs. That's true. You didn't used to be able to, though. You used to be able to. Hillary with a 40 stream streak. You guys better close your eyes and Nikki. Hillary in the chat. Let's go. Thank you. Oh my God. I hope we caught the Mischievous. I love a Mischievous. I love a Mischievous. A massive dragon fan. I think they're both so badass, cool and strong. Fair enough. That's a good reason. That's a good reason. Very good reason. Alright, we're gonna remod Scully so she can help with the bingo. I think, let me let everybody know I'm ready whenever. I'm ready whenever. Share invite link. Copy. And then Oh, I did catch it. Thank you, Jojo. Thank you. Thank you. Hell yeah. I just refuse to use -7 because I'm tired and feel old and can't be bothered to learn this new stuff. Listen, Jojo. You should use it. For reasons. Salty reasons. I loved getting their dragon fruit refresher as well as their... Oh, that's it. I was like, what? That's in Cowboys chat. And I have no clue what's happening there, so... Not a clue. Friends! Jag is here now! There's nothing to understand. Oh my god, True with a 7-stream streak. You guys better close your eyes. There's a naked... Well, True's not naked. But True is running through the chat. The True hoodie? You mean the True beanie? The True beanie? Yeah, it's a beanie.
Hello.
Hello.
How are y'all?
Good. How are you?
Doing pretty good.
Good, I'm glad.
Excited to play games with friends.
Me too. You guys can send me an invite whenever. I don't know who's planning on hosting, so. Who's got the steadier server?
I'll send it. I'm sure you want to be on my servers? I'm not sure, but we're gonna do it anyway.
I don't know.
We can try.
I don't know.
If we need a reset, we can readjust if needed.
Okay. I can't run with shoes. Currently got on. Why? What's wrong with your shoes?
Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
What's wrong
How
with
are
your
you?
shoes?
I'm good. How are you?
My nose is ready to be cured.
Good.
I sent you a friend request, Minnow. Did you get it?
Oh, let me accept it. My bad.
Are you guys ready
I
for this?
forgot
It's
that I
gonna be
told you to add
chaotic.
me.
It's gonna be so chaotic, but I'm so excited.
Whoops. Okay, I
It's
accepted
3.
it.
Wow. Cowboy can't even read that. JoJo's roasting you, and you can't even read it, Cowboy.
I can read it because we still got the share chat, so I can
Oh,
read it.
I thought you were turning off the shared chat.
I wasn't, but
JoJo's
yeah,
roasting
I see what
you.
JoJo's saying.
JoJo's roasting you. Oh, I love it.
I just read the roast. That's so good. I'm here for
It's
it.
so good. It's so good. Is my title right?
Not
It
gonna
should
call it
be.
the apple.
Does it say?
I
Does
have
it
to show
say?
something in for jelly. Hold on.
Hold on.
Jelly stream really quick.
Let me try to remember what I put.
I did a
Nightmare,
thing.
Nightmare, Swift in
I
action.
did a thing, and I wanted to show you. But I gotta find my thing really quick.
Because Minotaurs is Nightmare Network, Jelly is Nightmare
Okay.
Network, I'm Nightmare Network,
I got in on it.
and then
No way!
Cowboy has applied.
I don't know if I did
I
it
would
right,
love for
but
him to be Nightmare Network.
I tried.
You know,
It's not up to
all
just
have
me,
our
though.
Variations of scuba, and that's what makes it beautiful.
You know
I
what?
had to-
You know what's funny though? When I do the cosplay,
So.
I'm gonna do it as Kate too.
Do
At some
it.
point,
Scuba
Yeah.
Kate.
maybe. At some point, maybe.
We're gonna do a community gifted sub goal, and if we all get a certain amount of gifted subs, we all scuba.
Oh, up down.
I like it. I'm here for it.
Wait, today?
No, in the cosplay stream.
Yeah.
Oh, I was like, wait a second. Oh, during the cosplay. Okay, yeah. Okay, so I would have to scuba as Lara. Oh God. All right.
And I'll
Live on stream, all at the same time.
Lord
I'm gonna
have
do it
mercy.
and I'm gonna do it as a cape while I'm in a skirt.
Yep.
Lord have mercy.
Yeah, tell me about it.
We're all
Oh,
doomed.
I am
Well-
I am so happy I'm not with randoms right now. You have
Honestly.
no idea.
Has it been rough?
I had two games where I got left on first hook till death.
That keeps happening to me.
No.
I hate solo too.
Has it been that kind of day?
It has been that kind of day.
Oh no, I'm so sorry. That's rough.
I don't even know what I'm running. Let's see.
Run whatever you want.
Sure, that works. I've been playing around with different builds, and so I didn't know which one I had equipped.
Whatever your heart desires.
Now I'm getting roasted for my scuba. They said I'm better left on land. How rude.
That's crazy.
Wow, what the heck?
That's
so mean.
incredibly rude. That's
It's
incredibly
it's a wonderful scuba.
My scuba also got
disrespectful.
roasted.
Listen,
Nightmare, nightmare,
we love a good
nightmare,
scuba.
nightmare,
All the
nightmare.
cool kids scuba, so that's all I'm saying.
I blame Chrome. Switch to
I had
this
to
when
look
the
up
title
a
didn't
TikTok
change.
on
Oh,
how
it's
to do
okay,
it.
Purple. It's okay.
Oh yeah,
I don't know what
Okay,
I'm
I
doing.
appreciate you asking.
I looked
I
at
appreciate
the
you asking.
gift from-
How's the volume of everybody's voice? Is
And I
it
looked
too
at the
loud, too
cat
quiet?
emote,
I want you
and was like,
guys
okay,
to be able
I
to
got
hear
this, and then I
them,
did it
but
wrong,
like
so.
Yeah,
a little quieter
I
than
think I
me.
follow, and I couldn't replicate it.
So
I just watched your guys' emotes and I kind of tried to copy it, and yeah, what didn't work the way I wanted it to, but still.
I was watching your stream, Jelly, and I was like, surely someone will post her scuba, and then I can like try to mimic it. But you had just gone live and no one had posted it yet. I was like,
I love
okay, I
that.
guess I'll go to TikTok.
That's right, Jag. I am the real cowboy, by the way. Hi, Malada. It's good to see you.
I do too.
I got to you already.
Yeah,
Oh, I
yeah.
hate this. We gotta get at
It's
least
hell.
one gen
I'm
gun
gonna
inside.
try
Follow
and
me.
sneak over to the box.
I'm gonna get the box.
Lionel, welcome
The box
in.
is upstairs. Yes.
Okay, I'll try to move back into the basement.
Is it upstairs? Cause I see it downstairs.
No, it's
I
upstairs.
don't see it downstairs.
What?
I got the box right now.
The box was downstairs. Why are you lying to everybody?
The box was upstairs. What? I had the box in my hand
Okay.
upstairs by Shaq.
Oh,
Legit, it's
listen.
Like
Lionel and Conjunct
I thought we
traded
were on a
with 8
different
views.
map.
It's ruined, by the way. I,
I need
think
someone.
it might
I
be
need
full
someone
totem
to
build.
get. I need to get this. Killer.
Okay.
Somebody's got to get this killer off of me. I have the box and he's chasing
I
me.
thought we were on a different map. I'm trying. Okay, he's not interested in me. I got in between you guys, and he had no interest in me at all.
Yeah, he wanted that box.
Oh yeah, more chains. Yeah, okay. Any more?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Gosh dang it! Is that Kate Res? I think that was Kate Res because my. Does he have River Grace too?
Hey guys, this is a warm-up game. This doesn't count.
No, this game absolutely doesn't count. I thought we were on a different map. I was not ready. I was not ready. It's fine. Shana's game no, my game did not. Oh wait, it did freeze for you guys. Hold on. My game capture wasn't working when I started, and I did display capture, and now it's okay. Hold on. Hold on. What's wrong with OBS?
I can go for unhook again.
Okay, you have to get at least one gen done inside.
I mean, outside is where.
I might need to
Get
do a little
3 gen
restart.
No, you get 2 gen inside because
Which
there's
is really
3 gens
unfortunate.
inside.
The one in the
Yeah, but there's 4 gens
chamber
outside.
is, like was halfway, but we ruined, so I don't know.
Well, I'm very sorry, guys.
Josephinescent has blamed technology. Blame internet, Twitch,
There's display
software,
capture.
game
The
basically all technology.
Found it.
How rude.
the
Nice.
dimensions
he
are
upstairs
off,
or down?
but at least you can see.
Don't know. Sounds like he's coming
He's
to
down,
me.
he's down, he's down, he's down.
I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, he's pushing me off the totem. Well, at least we know where it is. It's It's in the room with the jump scare dragon thingy.
Okay. Oh, okay, okay.
Guys, go follow Lionel, by the way. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm doing well, other than apparently OBS being stinky
Is
tonight.
he upstairs?
Yeah, he's on chat.
Okay.
Alright, I finished the box.
Nice.
Okay.
And this is why we're only doing Twitch tonight. Oh, ignore the fact that I just missed my skill check completely, because I did it early.
He's leaving me.
What do you mean feeling better? What do you mean?
He just coming back inside.
I hope not. One was someone this good.
I think they're below me.
Yeah, he came to my gen. He's going to your gen that popped right now.
Okay, I went back upstairs.
Hi.
Oh, he followed me. Okay, where are you guys?
The box is downstairs. I'm gonna get it.
I'm
Did
on
you have a
chat.
good stream,
These
Lion?
chains.
Is he outside or
Tell us
inside?
about it. Let us know when you're streaming
I got the
next.
box.
I'm near
Get this
Shad.
safe place to
But
do
he's gonna
this.
get me.
I'm so sorry about that. I'm so sorry about that.
It's still ruined, by the way.
We were having a little
While
bit of
you're
technical
down there, if you
difficulties
can
when you
get
and your
the,
community came in, but thank you for coming in. Hello, hello.
How much? No.
No.
Oh yeah, ruined. Okay. You said it's
Apologies,
in the room
apologies.
with the thing, right?
Yeah, yeah, you know the big room.
Yeah.
Again.
I'm once again so sorry, guys. Oh, that was pain res. Is the volume for everyone in VC
Checking
okay,
room
or
rates.
do I need to adjust it?
He's coming back.
He went inside.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's probably protecting that.
Yeah, he's
I have
downstairs.
resurgence. Yeah.
I think he's still inside, yeah. I don't see his trail, so. Oh. He's back upstairs.
Alright, I'm on it.
I will try and take him away from the box. He's pursuing me. We're going downstairs right now. Oh, he's cutting me off.
Nice.
Hooking now.
Look, I
He's heading towards Jack.
Nope, he's on me. I'll take
Okay.
him.
I think everyone is.
I'm gonna go get
What do you mean?
Sorry. Towards Jack. Towards Jack.
What do you mean you think everyone is? Pause. You think everyone is what?
shouldering.
I'm near the box, but
They might
so
be a
is
little
he.
low, but only.
Don't
Okay,
go
I want them to be a
through
little
here.
low.
Yeah, don't get
I
it.
don't want them to be the same volume as me.
Oh.
So,
He's probably gonna take me to basement.
if that's what you mean.
Alright, I'm solving the box now.
If that's what you mean.
If we can take Chase like inside, that would be great.
Okay. Okay.
If that's what you mean.
I'll get unhooked. I'm close. He's by where I did the box.
We have problem check as well.
I'm almost done with the gin at like the back door,
Is he still near the
but I
shop?
think
No,
he's
he went
coming
towards
to
me.
me.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, he's coming to me at the back door, main. Oh, he's coming to me at the back door, main. The gin's almost done. I'm probably gonna die.
You're shouldering.
Oh, yeah, duh.
I can finish that gen if you think
Okay.
else here.
He's following me downstairs.
Oh, research.
Oh,
Yeah. I'm gonna get the box. He's downstairs, so he's most likely probably gonna teleport to me here because he won't be able to hit me.
He's bringing me back upstairs for a hook.
Right. Back on Jin and Shaq.
Yeah, he's probably gonna try to hold this.
Oh, he's dropping me?
Oh.
He's picking me back up?
To go where?
I don't know.
Yeah, that made no sense.
Maybe he thought he could Mori me?
Maybe.
Oh yeah, he probably doesn't know that
He's
I
on
shouldered.
me?
I don't know.
For some odd reason, he knew. He's a knower.
So we still have downstairs gens, right? So we have Shaq, and I'll start the downstairs one.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm coming into Shack. I apologize.
No, I was almost done.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
I'm trying to find the Jin in here. I hate this map. I'm always so lost in here.
Every time.
He's still on me though.
Every time. He's off the team.
Cowboys are number one sandbagger.
Yep.
You could have announced it not as you're running into Shaq too. By the way.
No, because Shaq.
Sounds like a cowboy thing.
To be fair, I was debating when to go into Shaq because I was about to turn around, and then I was like, okay, I'm.
Oh, okay.
I'm also
Okay,
on death
okay,
too.
Jojo. Got it.
You want me to die and not get the Jin pop?
No, I'm following the chat. I got it.
See, you got the gen done. It worked
I
out
got
for
the
better.
gen done.
Barely. Yeah, that was all jelly.
I think Minnow's chat might be a little
Because
confused.
Minnow was
but I got it.
Alright, I'm on game by.
Who would ever
game
do
by
such a
Shaq.
thing?
It's okay.
Have him in the basement. Oh my god.
Game by Shaq is okay.
Okay, I think I make it.
Yeah, this is just a warm up. It's just a warm up. True, you did not sneak in. Oh, True might have snuck into Minnow's chat, which I don't think counts
I'm gonna
technically,
need
but.
a hit. Oh, he's lost.
Yeah, we're all being gamed over here.
You got me in chains.
Yeah, we're too busy taking this.
Okay, alright.
Nice. Let's go.
Cowboy.
Warm up round.
Oh god. Let me see if I can fix my game
I
capture
almost
because
did
it's
not make that out.
broken. Goodness gracious. Okay. Hold on. We're gonna come back to the actual game capture. This is not what it looks like. I don't know why it's broken, but apparently it is. I'm not gonna be able to read chat for a second, so sorry guys.
Not JoJo and Scully calling me out like that is wild.
I need to restart OBS. I'm having issues, so give me just a second.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no worries.
Give me just a second, guys. I'll be right back. I'm gonna Alt F4 OBS, so it shouldn't mess up stream. Just know that you're gonna get a blue screen for a second. So give me just a moment. Give me just a moment, guys.
I use display.
I'm using game capture and I'm not having issues, but I did have issues like a week or two ago.
What did you do to fix it?
It fixed itself. I didn't do anything. But that day I had to use display capture though. And then the next time I streamed, it just started working again. So it was just OBS being OBS for me. Cool. I know that's not super helpful.
Yeah.
Welcome back.
I don't understand what's wrong. I had like the window capture instead of the game capture, and it like froze. So, yeah. Yeah. So, I don't know what's wrong.
Yeah, OBS does work 95% of the time. It's always OBS. I'm not tech savvy enough to like know how to fix that.
Yeah, me either.
Wait, I just got back. What happened?
My game capture is not working. And so it wasn't working before stream, and so I added window capture instead, and then the window capture froze. And so,
Oh my god.
like the beginning of like our game, my screen was completely frozen for everybody. And
nice.
so
fun.
I changed to like my other screen that had the display capture, but the dimensions are fully off on my display capture screen. And which is why I just like did a quick restart of OBS, hoping it would like fix everything, and it didn't. Like this game capture for DVD is just not working.
Oh.
And I don't know why.
So what are you using right now?
I just added a source for display capture. But that's not what I like to do because I Alt-tab a lot and it pulls up everything and I don't want people seeing all my screens.
Yeah, that's the downside of display. Maybe Reddit knows.
So I prefer not, if I have to,
Mommy.
I'll use it, but like I would prefer not to.
Daddy.
Yeah, I guess just use it for this stream and then after figure out what's going on.
Yeah.
Welcome back.
It's just weird. I don't know what's wrong.
Have you updated OBS recently?
Yeah.
OBS updated either yesterday or the day before. For me.
It was a couple days ago, yeah.
Wait, like
Maybe it's
automatically?
that?
Oh yeah,
I
as soon
haven't
as
updated my OBS in
as
like
soon
a
as
year.
as soon as I opened up OBS, it told me that I had to update it.
Yeah, I'm
Like
like
it-
Belly. I haven't updated my OBS in like a year.
Yeah, it's just, it breaks everything when it updates. So it
I-
might be the update.
I always update mine because usually there's like security reasons that they also do updates. So,
Yeah.
That's fair too.
yeah. I want to see it. Hashtag all. You don't need to see all my screens. You don't need to see all my screens. There's no reason. No reason. Hi, Ghosty. How are you? Welcome
We're
in.
gonna survive this one too.
My stuff is broken, Ghosty. What's new? What's new? Jenny, welcome in. Should I have like an escape thing on the screen? How many times I've escaped?
Welcome back.
Our team has escaped. Should we be keeping track of our escapes as a team?
We can.
But that was one.
That was
Yeah.
one.
One
That was
on the
one.
record? What was that?
Is that a
That's
Houndmaster?
That was a
Houndmaster. Oh my
Houndmaster.
god, the dog came out of nowhere! What the heck? Ah, I've been attacked.
Can I pet that dog?
Ah, talk about a jump scare. I'm surprised she didn't see me.
She got me.
Oh, I forgot to pull up my clock back.
She called me a rotten hog.
Ghosty.
That's wild.
How dare
Close enough.
she? Listen, I'm gonna go have words with her.
I'm mid-map. I'm going topside. She's not
Oh,
following me.
I have
she's
small
on me.
skill check. She's
Okay.
got whatever that
CR
perk
by
is
me.
that gives you small skill checks. She's not great with her dog. Oh! Yay! GG, cowboy!
Yes.
Yas, queen! That's my queen, cowboy.
All right now. Okay.
Only because I'm the real cowboy. Oh,
Yeah,
hello.
Jack.
Can you heal me?
Yeah. Oh, whoa, what the heck? I just had like a weird skill check glitch on my screen.
What did it look like?
Like, it was like I was about to get a skill check, but then it never happened. Oh, it's chlorophobia.
Oh, it edged
fuck.
you?
Oh.
If you need to stop, it's okay.
Yeah, wait.
Thank you.
She's still on you.
Yeah.
There was no way I was getting that.
Nano?
Yeah, it's
Oh.
You are a worthy companion, aren't
The gen that popped, was it bot side or top side?
Side is by advantage.
Okay, I'm on a jet set.
I need to pull up the box so I can see.
What tarot card did you pull there, Sylvan? I don't know why my stuff is not working.
Guys, I can't hit my skill checks.
Settings?
We are over by Shack.
And unnerving presence.
This dog, it's like all of it's
Well,
on business.
Ignore that.
Okay, yep, no, it's chlorophobia. It's okay, I understand. I was missing all my skill checks, it's fine.
And unnerving.
Okay, we need to split go top.
We have two people to get off hook.
Work.
Yeah, that's why we have to split and go top. She's on me.
Okay, I'll go for both.
Open.
Yeah, I'll just keep her bot side. She left me. I'm gonna try to pull Minnow.
Minimize.
Possible? Or
Can
no,
we work?
No, I'm gonna try to
It's not gonna work. Nothing's gonna
I'm
work
just gonna-
today.
Daddy.
Is this the one with the one?
I'm just gonna throw my computer out the
got
window,
one.
you guys. It's fine.
Water tower is like top side.
Go get.
I can't get.
Shit. Sorry, Shana.
Wait, I have shoulder. Don't pull.
It's
don't
fine.
pull.
I'm just in solo queue.
Yeah, don't pull.
That's wild.
Wait till she leaves, no shoulder.
A sun. The one with my brain? Yeah, that's the sun. That's the sun.
You can't be that hook.
So you're saying we need to work on one
Once you come back.
If we pop something, no, I don't know where.
I think Shack.
Okay, that's probably fine.
Mommy.
No. Okay, no, she's fully on me. You have to. Yeah. You have to. She's full on me. No, she's not. She's leaving. I get it. No. She's not leaving me. Never mind.
Yeah, I'm going.
But.
Nightmare. 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 Nightmare.
I could have shouldered.
She was being a little mean. A little mean there. Disconnect, go next. Probably should have, honestly. No throwing PC out. Why isn't my stuff working though? Hi, Free Doom. Guys, go follow Free Doom if you have not. Incredible night terror right there. Listen, Claw, you are way more than 18% daddy. Don't let nobody lie to you.
Okay, I'm gonna take her with She's taking my gen, that's top side mid.
I appreciate it, Pause. I'm not a big hugger, but I appreciate it.
Careful, she might be going to your gen.
I got it. Well.
She thinks I can get on her.
Alright, she's going back top side.
I should be able to pop my gen.
Come back.
She wants you.
Yeah, she's trying.
She's on me.
Let's go. Okay.
Dog off of me? Okay.
I can get Minnow.
Okay, I'm gonna try to take her bot side now because we've popped 2 bot side gens,
Okay.
I think, or 3.
Yeah. I'm
Not following.
no.
Grab Minnow. Minnow and I can go heal.
He's on me.
I have resurgence too.
Okay. Me too.
Okay, never mind. I might not. I'm trying to bait her. on me.
Moonshine Flex gifted a tier 1 subscription to the community.
She's near
Enjoy
Minnow
your
and I'm
stay
healing.
at Shana's Sunny Meadows.
Oh, she's right here. We gotta go! Minnow, no!
It's okay, run! Alright, we have 2 gens mid, 1 top for the 3 gen, by the way.
We're gonna need to free lead this.
Okay. Oh yeah, she's
Where's
right
Cowboy
here.
That was.
She's on me.
Outside.
Oh, is it the mid-map one?
Yeah, but I'm gonna start the one on the back side of me.
Oh, yep.
At like 12. Like 11 -ish.
She left me.
Yeah, I have TR.
She's going to you, Cowboy.
Yeah,
Two.
I'm leaving. I'm headed towards one side.
Okay, we can pressure
I'm
this
going-
one and then the back one the Cowboy's on.
Okay.
Because they're furthest apart.
Oh, dog's on me. I'm down.
Wait, were you injured?
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know. Sorry, we should.
It's okay. No, it's okay.
Did I not finish healing you?
You did, and then she ended up injuring me again.
Okay, I'm gonna try to heal Cowboy if you want to play safe.
Moon, thank you for the gifted. How are you? Thank you. Did the alert go off for that?
I'll be on one hill. But I do have TR. Nope, now it's gone.
Is all my stuff broken?
Do you want to come? Do you think you can make it mid-map to try to heal?
Where mid?
Like pure mid?
Shana's a very peppy cow. I have to play a cowgirl.
Where's
Or
the-
am I
where?
playing
I don't know.
cowboy as cowgirl?
She was at 11. She was
She's
at
main.
11. She's going
towards
mid
mid
now.
right now. Yeah.
I think she saw me. Yeah, she saw me.
Oh, I'll just try to do the gen, I guess.
Yeah.
Jilly said she's claustrophobic and that's why she couldn't heal. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, she's got chlorophobia. Chlorophobia.
Good swing.
Master's back hurt like hell due to the size of her chest. Oh my god, yeah, probably. Probably.
I'm gonna die on hook.
No. Okay. Thoughts? I come in. I show
Cowgirl
them,
as Peppy
and then
Shana.
we
Okay.
do it.
Okay, let's do it.
I can do that.
It's going mid now.
Let me see if I can
Okay, you need
get
to
a
take
few
it from me,
things
though.
working that are supposed to be working that aren't.
Not here.
For
I'm
some
elusive,
stupid
so-
reason.
I'm gonna try to take her. Oh, she's on me. Okay, it's fine. I just do gen.
Yeah, do Jen. We'll waste as much of your time as possible.
run it back, except without shoulders.
We run it back?
Yeah. I trust.
In Jelly we trust.
Find me a rat.
For things that I don't know why they're running.
She's chasing me. Get on my gen. Where's the
Alright,
mid-map one?
I'm gonna work on it. I gotta get over there.
Nice done.
For a little, you know?
Okay.
She might be leaving me. Yeah,
Yep,
leaving.
she's coming to me. Yeah,
Okay, I'm getting on the gen.
I'm going bottom side.
Go.
I'm going
Yeah.
bottom side.
Oh my god. I love you. You guys are crazy. Absolutely insane. Absolutely insane.
Fine. I don't think you get it done though.
No, I do not.
Find me a rat.
Why is Jelly's hook yellow? Because she shouldered the burden. And when you shoulder the burden, you take on somebody else's hook.
She doesn't know. Oh, I just need to set it for a gate at this point, right?
We'll find Hat.
Yeah, but she's going fast as fuck with the dog. She's gonna find it.
That is why.
Yeah, I think I'd get ready for gate.
Let's just hope that Hatch is top side. Or bottom side. Bottom side.
Where was that?
Wait, she didn't find it.
Where's the other gate at?
Okay, this is open.
I don't know. No way the hatch is there, right? Okay, well, fuck it. I'm gonna go bot side then. Like, we search top side. Has to be here.
So.
I hear it.
Oh, it's there.
Nice.
How did she not see that?
Oh no, she probably went around in a
Hopefully it
circle,
works.
that's why. And didn't go in the middle.
Hopefully this works.
Yeah, P0 played like that. Not bad.
Yeah, actually.
Pause said nice hatch, Jelly.
Huh?
I said pause said nice hatch, Jelly.
Oh, thank you.
Alright. If you guys want, you can drop while we wait. I don't think we're gonna do words though because we don't have time, but if you want to drop, you can. Exclamation point drop plus your favorite emote. Now, do we tell Cowboy that I'm role-playing as Cowgirl in the next round, or do we just keep it a secret? Because I don't think he saw the chat. I think he missed it. You know the answer? So a secret. A secret for sure. Got it. I'm on board. I'm on board. This is gonna be funny. I am. But I think he missed it. I think he missed the conversation. Hashtag ride out. Oh my god. All right. So, as cowgirl,
What the hell is out there?
we gotta have a New York accent ready, you know.
Well, it's not corrupted over here.
But the system is always corrupt, you know.
Whoa.
Also, it was default terror radius, so Trapper, Bubba, Plague.
I'm upstairs main. It's Bubba. It's a Bubba.
Yay!
I've been getting a lot of
Oh my god. He's coming at me. Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I just died. Where's King Cowboy? Where's King Cowboy? Cowboy, get the save. Cowboy, get the save. Cowboy, you were late. Cowboy, you were late. Cowboy, you were late. Cowboy, you were late.
I swear I had that.
You had that? You had that? You had that? You were kind of late. You were kind of late, Cowboy. Wow. Wow. Wow.
Wait, I'm gonna pull him away.
The fake Cowboy here again.
Wait, no, he doesn't want me.
Here again.
He went back.
With the fake saves.
He's camping.
He sure is. My bar's going up.
Is camping.
My bar's going up.
Crazy word, though.
Okay.
I mean, you're gonna jump off.
Crazy work. Crazy work over here.
Wait, Cowboy, can you get saved?
Oh.
He's just really hanging out around Shana.
I can't now. He has the extended chainsaw. So he hit Minnow and came right to her.
Yep. His chainsaw lasts a very long time. It lasts a very long time. He's got all the gas in the world in that chainsaw right there.
Can you take him away from Shana
Yeah,
so I can get him?
I'm at library.
Oh, okay.
Cowboy can't communicate, apparently.
Sorry, I'm trying.
Thank you, Jelly.
Dodge his damn chainsaw.
It's easy, you just don't get in front of it.
I'm working on it.
Couldn't go that way.
Oh, I'm going back downstairs.
I'll go try and get Minnow. Oh, you got
He's not
Minnow.
following me. He's not following
Oh
me.
no, he was following me.
coming back, he's
He
coming
was
back.
following
Wait.
me. He's trying to touch my buns. He
Oh,
wants
he's
these
back on me, he's
cowgirl
back on me,
buns.
he's back on me.
If we can go helipad, that's the safer.
That's where I'm at.
I mean, like for chase, because we're on the short side right now.
Oh, well,
Well, that's fine. If you want to
You know-
do that, Jen, that works too.
It's taking me.
the
it out.
killer's not over here, so
Yeah.
yeah. But the 3-gen is on the other side, so that's the problem.
Yeah.
I've got Tia. Oh, Tia's gone. I'll go get Cowboy. Don't worry, Cowboy. Your
Where
cowgirl's
is he,
coming
though?
for you. I don't know.
Be careful because he hasn't come out yet.
I'm in Maine.
Yeah,
is
he hasn't come
kind
out of that side yet.
Yeah, he's
I don't.
kinda-
I don't.
Is
I
he
don't think he's
camping?
so-
I'm really nervous to finish this generator and just go slow.
All right, I'll start downstairs Maine then.
I had TR. So just
Yeah,
get Jen's
he
done.
hasn't
Just
come
get
out of
Jen's
that
done.
side.
Just get Jen's done.
Right now, 3-gen is like at the top of the stairs.
Oh, he's on me downstairs Maine. Downstairs Maine.
Okay, take him away. Okay, we need to get away from the side and never ever return ever again.
It's a little hard. It's a little hard to run him. It's a little hard to run him when he's in power, you know. Because you can't really go in a straight line.
Yeah.
He'll just mow you down.
Right, TR, but I don't see him.
I'm going to
He
Thank
didn't see
you.
me. He didn't see me. I'm by a generator that's been started. And like the little. It's just like the interrogation.
Garden.
He's directly on me. Directly on me. I'm in garden.
Can we pop one of the generators again, by the way?
Going over there. Going upstairs.
Oh my god. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. He M1'd me. Cowboy, it's your time. Oh my god.
Damn.
I missed my... I panicked. I don't want to talk about it.
He's coming upstairs on me now.
If I'm reading this correctly, I think we have region at
I'm bad.
like 9, 7.
I don't want to talk about it.
and 6.
I missed my decisive strike because I panicked. My room in the basement is
Okay, well, we get endgame here, so...
a very clean house in a nice neighborhood. I'm very glad to hear that. See you soon, cynical. Are there any websites owned and run by indigenous people that I can learn more? Listen. I was reading chat. Sometimes I miss them while I'm trying to read. You know, multitasking is hard.
Where is he going?
He's going towards like backdoor garden area. I think. I'm not used to the clock map on this
I'm
RPG.
at the back door.
Okay. Oh, I read
Learn more
that
about
the wrong
indigenous
way.
cultures from?
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm getting
Collectively, I'm not
He's
sure.
just standing right next to
But
me.
if there's any specific cultures you want to learn
He's
about,
just hard camping.
most have their own
Yeah,
website.
unfortunately, we can't do anything
So,
against Bubba.
No. Yeah, y'all three can just go and it's still a win.
there's also a really cool website that you can go to where you can see
Is he,
what
like, in the
land
doorway?
you're
Yeah, he's in the doorway
on.
just staring. Well, he's staring at a wall.
Oh.
Oh.
He sees.
Okay,
Did he
well,
just
yeah.
DC?
That explains. Okay. That explains why he was just staring at a wall the whole time.
Huh.
Why did he?
It was probably a legitimate DC.
Probably.
Okay.
Wow. I mean, still win. So.
All right.
Yeah,
And we
go.
started the streak again. Yay!
Ooh.
Wait, does that count?
We didn't DC, so I say it counts.
That's funny. I'll add it. We got the escape streak counter. The escape streak.
Shana, you like S. Myers again.
It's because Eli hates me. We've established this. Eli wants me to die. There's no love in Eli's heart for me.
That's crazy.
Here I was role-playing as cowgirl the entire last round, and there's no love in his heart for me. None. Zilch.
He probably would have had more love if he were sandbagging more.
Listen, if we want to do a round of just exclusive sandbagging, we can talk about that.
I think I'll win.
We know you're the king of sandbagging.
I am not. I do not sandbag my teammates, okay? A lot.
Do you recall 3 rounds
Debatable.
ago?
Debatable.
I let you know I was going into Shack.
As you ran into Shaq, you're like, I'm going to Shaq, walks through the door. Like,
I let you know before I walked through the door, though.
1 step before the door. I was looking.
You know, I should be playing Sable because I have cake on her and we could all be bringing cake. I'm a crazy person.
I wasn't gonna say anything, but I was, you know, I was noticing that someone here is leeching off the
I
it's
didn't.
Okay. You know,
I
it's
didn't
alright.
listen. I didn't think about it. I didn't think about it.
I was
Next
gonna call that
round.
a couple of rounds ago, I was gonna be like, somebody's being selfish.
Why? Oh, it's night. Why didn't nobody tell me?
I don't want to know.
For some reason, when I type in the map for Kansas map to pop up, it's not recognizing it.
The callouts for this map suck anyway, so don't worry about it.
It does, but it's oftentimes used in comps, so I like want to know.
Oh, it's crowd control.
I don't know what you
That guy will never.
No!
Wait, go down a pallet if you need to.
Oh, I went down at basement on accident. I didn't realize it was here.
Let me help you get this done instead of running around like crazy.
Hi Naz, how are you?
I also have prog on this gen over here. Well, I did.
King sandbag, honestly, truly.
Yeah.
So much lack of love. Yeah. Yeah. He hates me. I don't understand why. I don't know what I did.
Hang tight, I'm coming.
He doesn't want it.
I'm doing well, Naz. I'm doing well. We vibing.
Coming back?
He's mind gaming. He's inside the room. He's going on the other side. He's going on the other side.
Can you heal me?
Yes,
That
that's
other
you.
side.
Sounds so
it's
sad.
hard to communicate that. That's my bad.
It's all good. I like turned around and was looking behind me, and then next thing you know, I'm on the ground.
I'm on somebody's jam. We're doubling up to finish it. He's hooking right here though, but we get it
that
done.
was the gen I was on, I think. He went back towards like the center of the map.
Is anyone playing for pull? I can if
I
not.
was, but you're gonna have to.
Okay. I was gonna say.
Hello. Hello. I'm just running through.
This
It's okay.
close to
Don't mind.
sandbagging you.
You almost did get me hit by this minion.
You
I
were
know,
just
I was
pulling
like,
a
let me not
cowboy.
do that. Let me not do that.
I
You
mean,
were
I
just
probably
pulling a
deserve
cowboy,
it, so
that's
it's
all,
okay
Jelly.
Anyway, I probably deserve it, so it's okay.
I will turn everybody else's volume up in just a moment as well, because I know that you guys said that they were a little quiet. So.
Oh my god.
I haven't gone against a knight in a hot minute.
I'll go do that. I'll do that right now.
I hate them so much.
I hate knight a lot.
Let me know if that's
The
better.
skin for the knight in the rift though is really good.
He's got Rapunzel hair.
I know, I love
leaving me.
it.
I kind of don't agree with that. I think Oni would have been a better fit.
It does give Oni hair vibes.
It really does. I think
will
Oni
say
would have
that.
been. I think Oni would have been a better fit for that skin.
I like the skin. I don't like the killer associated with the skin.
It's kind of nice to like, you know, give Knight a cool skin
Oh,
though.
hi.
Hello. I help you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
But yeah,
I'm doing
what I was
fantastic,
talking
Naz.
about
What
earlier,
you been
the
up
Fox
to,
companion
friendo?
app made by Overworld, it actually, the map automatically pulls up on your screen.
Some of the killer terror
I tried the
radiuses
beta mode for the hints.
are also really loud, is the
Definitely
thing.
beta. It is terrible. It randomly like swaps like different creators' maps in the middle of your game, and then it'll randomly choose a map that's not the map you're on. So you'll have to send me the link to the one that you use.
Yeah, I will. I will. I could play for pull here.
Our 3-gen is right where Jelly got hooked, by the way.
I gotta try and not to get caught till that last gen gets done.
Why?
Because I don't want to be the fourth stack of Grim.
Oh, right. Okay.
A little bit safer. He's sending a minion out.
Okay. Are you going?
Minions
Yeah,
on
I'll
me.
go for pull.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll go for pull.
I'm working on a gen right next to the exit gate. Same side where Jelly's at.
Okay.
Thank you for getting that Pokemon for me.
These are something that causes blindness too.
God dang Surge.
I think it's a.
Yeah.
Can add on?
It's a cat.
He's sending another night out. A minion, whatever. Hi, Nikki. How are you?
I hate the minions. Ah! I'm
sandwiched on
sandwiched
mine?
between knight and minion. It's like 2v8 all over again.
I'm getting cold.
Setting a minion right to hook.
Of course he is.
Go on now.
Why wouldn't he?
I got hook.
Where's the gen?
Right next to where I was hooked.
Okay. I'm gonna play for the gen that I was playing for at the start of the game. Which is all the way bot side.
Yeah,
Okay.
he found me.
Alright. I'm just running away from that area at the moment.
Okay, Shana, if Cowboy gets hooked, go into a locker before he gets hooked.
Oh, okay.
Because it's grim. Go, go, go. Go
Oh,
now.
okay. Going now. Going now. Going now.
Gonna be the last stack of Grim here. Hooking now.
Do you know where he's going?
And he's sending a minion out.
Oh,
He's
okay.
going towards that gen. No, he's going
No,
towards
that
somewhere else.
gen's dead.
Am I
I
good to
can go
come
for
out of
pool.
my locker?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna take him topside then, I guess. If our gens are bot.
Yeah, they
He's
are.
not following.
Oh.
Wait, might be following?
I got minion on me.
Not following.
Oh, they. Okay.
He's on you as well, you know?
Yeah. It's all a little too late. I hate this map and I hate this killer.
Goes from quiet to super loud. The game? Oh, the chat? Okay.
I'm gonna take it far
I'll turn
away.
them down then. Oh,
Unfortunately, I think he's gonna get me. Tap.
he's on me. I ran into a wall.
He's gonna get me, actually. Jesus Christ, he's so fast.
He's
I
not
wanna play for
pursuing me anymore.
No, he's coming for me.
He sent a minion to where I am, but the minion missed me. Thank goodness. Goodness gracious.
Okay. I don't know where he was taking me for a stroll.
you take
He was just showing you the sights.
Yeah. I just got called to meet again, so I'll take this top side.
Well. Me too, pressuring 2 different gens.
Yeah, I had started one, but
I don't know where he is.
He's on the gen right now.
I'm a little lost.
No, I don't know. Back at the gen. Somewhere.
Okay, I found a gen. Oh, I've got TR though. He sent a minion over to the gen that I was about to get on.
Back on my gen.
DVD's hard on sound, yeah. Alright, I think minion's gone. I'm gonna get on the gen.
Well,
he was better how I had it before. Okay. He's coming to me. I see him. Don't come over here.
Okay, I can get back to the gen now.
Oh, I'm dead.
Wait, you guys both went down. Wait,
yeah, what? I got hit by a minion and...
Well, I'm just gonna do my gen.
That's okay.
Left me on ground, though.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, about to pick me. Alright.
My hearing is sensitive, so everything's loud to me, even though my volume never goes above 20%. I wish my hearing was better. I have such terrible hearing. You're not a potato, Minnow.
If you my name, I'm not a bunch of potatoes now.
That is
At this point, I just need to be sponsored by potatoes.
that is crazy, Leigh.
I'm actually like incredibly deaf, though, honest. So it's also a curse. It's also a curse.
Your guess is as good as mine on this map.
If someone was a dog whistle, I'll 100% slap them.
What?
That's actually funny.
It's not me now.
Watching people in the Food Network bouncing things in their head. Doing pretty good. Well, tripped! Oh my god, I would so do terribly.
I hear it. I thought. No, I thought no.
It's crazy.
It's hard to hear.
Thank you for catching the Mr. Mime for me, by the way. Good night must be a Padawan. That's funny.
I can't hear anything in this room.
Jelly is just so good at this game.
It has to be middle, right?
I want to be like Jelly. Hi Jade, how are you?
Oh my god. What was that? I'm so bad.
Cowboy failed you all. Poor Cowboy. Jelly was trying, Nikki. I don't want a video
Going against the night, so it doesn't
about
count.
eating
We're
mayo.
still at 1, right?
Yeah, it was the night. They don't
I
count.
don't think that. I don't.
I agree. That is how it works.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh. I guess that's how it works. Okay.
Do you want us to
Got
start
it.
from 0 again?
Ooh, what do you mean, Jojo?
I didn't know we changed the rules. Okay.
It's our Swift, and we do what we want.
Okay. Sure.
We'll go with that. We'll go with that.
My mom is deaf due to getting viral meningitis when she was an infant, so she did relate more to not being able to hear. That's crazy. I was deaf as a child and had to have my ears operated on. And unfortunately, I just still have a lot of issues. So, yes, because I'm unstable. And I have lots of cake unstable.
Good.
Jojo, that is
I knew what you were
wild to say.
I just did not have cake on Shane, so.
That's fair. We're for sure gonna win because now we have lots of cake.
You know, it's all about that cake. All about that cake. So.
All about the cake.
Should we do a prediction?
Especially cupcakes.
Get your prediction in. Will the team escape? 4 out? 3 out? Lol.
All right, team.
This is a good
Huddle
map.
up. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Another
Oh,
pinhead? That's
another one?
wild.
I'm gonna go get the box.
Okay,
I'm gonna just get on
gonna
it,
go get the
Jen.
pinhead.
Welcome back.
I have TR.
He's on me, main.
Oh, okay.
Alright, our regions are
He's not
bot.
on me anymore.
I've got TR. Oh, he's on me.
Where are you?
Near where we spawn, next to main at like 2, running in front of main. Oh god, oh god, oh god.
Nice done, nice done. I'm a quick.
Thank you. The chains, man. He had me in chains and not for my love.
Region is 7 mid and
Cowboy behind you.
What's behind me?
Go back to where you were.
He's hooking now.
It's room.
Oh, I see. No,
Wait,
no,
what if it's
I've
the same
ruined
killer?
her. I've ruined it. I got
Looking for me.
He's coming right back. Yeah. Get into the, yeah. No, you're not. 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 No, you're not.
Yeah, I would have had it. I would have had it.
It's not worth you just straight getting hit.
You summoned me.
Oh, he's boxing. He's boxing.
I came.
Boxing who?
Me. Wait. He
Oh my
left.
god.
Belly's about to throw down.
He's tunneling me.
Go back to you.
He's tunneling me.
got the power. I got the flashlight safe.
Regent's not
Well, I hit my decisive strike.
Oh.
I didn't know. I did not know you had DS.
Yeah, I can help you.
That's okay.
I got the flashlight safe. It was the flashlight safe that helped.
And was it the flashlight? It was the flashlight, not my decisive.
Yeah, it was the flashlight safe. Make me feel better.
All right, it was your flashlight. Definitely not my decisive. My God, leave me alone, dude.
I don't know if I trust you, Fox.
Why not?
Okay, I'm gonna set up for save. Can someone go over my kid? It's
Hooking now.
I'll tear your soul apart.
He's gonna teleport to me 100%. Yep, there it is.
Try to keep him away from
For real, Eli, this guy must hate Sable.
He left me. What is happening? He's going back to hook.
That's fine.
That will spot me. Our Regent's
still have a
really
loose
spread out, so we're good.
Hey, remember when I said as long as he doesn't spot me?
Spot me.
Okay, well actually I don't want him to
Jolly, it's not worth it.
Okay, I have DS, I'm fine.
Can somebody come to like 2 and heal me?
Yeah, I hear you. Well, he's near me though. Hold on. Yeah, he's on me. He didn't see me? Okay. Are you still there, Shana?
Yeah.
I'm going for pull here. I have TR though.
Looking for you, but I don't see. There you are. Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'll get the box.
Okay.
Can one of you go for pull here?
He's on my hook.
Oh my god.
Okay, he's leaving now. He's
Alright,
leaving now.
I can go for pool.
Hill. He's kind of camping from Hill.
He's camping.
Someone's
from
gonna
hill
need to
right
trade.
I mean, I haven't been hooked yet, so I can trade.
Now. Yeah,
You
go
can
ahead.
now,
Go ahead.
He's on,
go.
he's on cover.
Okay.
No,
I'm
he
going.
left me. Left me.
It's gonna be a trade. It's gonna be a trade.
All right, I
No,
finished
no,
the
you got
box.
No, we got it. Okay. Follow me.
That's wild.
Not the T.
All right, I'm gonna work on main.
He found me. I'm gonna go shack.
Pinhead is incredibly rude. Incredibly rude.
Should I show him the hand?
Whew.
Alright,
Actually getting better at this game. Started playing this last month. Hell yeah, I love to hear that. It just takes a lot of practice, and I'm still like not good. But it's a lot to learn. A lot of killers, a lot of survivors, a lot of perks, a lot of maps, a lot of different aspects to it. But as long as you're having fun, that's what matters. And ignore, you know, ignore the rude people.
Yeah, he's waiting out my DS.
Should
Is he? Where are you?
I'm in the locker. Do you wanna come save?
Well,
Like
which
I
locker?
can
Which
slow
locker?
ball. Shack.
Hold on a second. Don't do anything yet.
Ice bowling.
Should I go for the box?
Yeah, go for the box.
Oh, I thought he was gonna walk through pallet.
I'm actually almost done with my gen.
I can get the box. Alright, I'm taking him to main.
Okay. I'm going to the door at 2. You're used to Texas Chainsaw Massacre? I never played that one.
Oh shit.
But I
Right there?
Box.
Yeah, I picked the box.
watched people play it.
Yeah.
Alright, give us a second. That's your first hook, so
Yeah.
I'll be able to get the block. I'll be able to get the block.
Well, hi there, killer. How's it
Okay.
hanging?
Alright, when you get the box, finish
Okay.
it. We'll come get you. You know where we are, right?
Yeah.
Stay close over there just in case he does something ridiculous and teleports to me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nightmare, nightmare,
He's just straight up, like,
nightmare,
blocking you guys
nightmare,
from getting to me.
nightmare, nightmare.
We'll get you, don't worry.
Okay.
Where are you? Shana?
I'm behind Maine.
Okay.
Y'all are like equal distance to me. Roughly.
He can't hear me, so I'm gonna try to get as close as possible.
Oh, he knows that you're there, I think.
Yeah, he
He's
knows
sending
you're there.
it to you. Shana, you gotta move in more.
Okay.
Like, get right behind that rock.
You ready?
I'm ready.
I'm gonna take hit. You get the unhook.
Okay.
Alright, I'm going.
Cowboy now.
That's fine. That's fine. Just reset. Just reset because I'm just close to the door unless he hooks me on the same hook. Which I think he's trying to. Or he might hook me closer. He's hooking me closer.
Okay.
Yeah, just reset.
Okay.
Okay.
We're gonna have to do the
Basically
same thing.
One person takes a hit, the other person gets the off.
Okay. Shannon, do you want to take the hit?
I can take the hit.
Yeah, as soon as you take the hit, just run away.
Okay. I'm ready. You see me?
Yep.
Just get rid of those chains. Alright.
I'm going in.
No, it's a trade now. Oh, wait.
Yeah. Interesting.
He's right behind me. Nope. It's yeah.
Damn, I saw that. You. But they.
Just go. Just go. Just go. Just go. Just go.
What did I do? Did I drop the pound on you?
Yes! He wasn't even on you.
Why do you hate me?
I have such sights to show you.
I'm not that scary.
If I'd maybe had like overcome or something, I would have been able to make it out.
Alright, guys, I think we should change the streak to a cowboy sandbag streak. Thoughts?
I'm on board. Yeah.
Oh no.
I get the feeling something horrible is about to happen.
Wow. People only voted for LOL. That's so
We already got the
mean.
world record, no way!
That's wild.
Keep going.
So, Cowboy, how does it feel to hold the world record for sandbagging your teammates?
I don't do it intentionally.
Oh yeah, definitely one of the
Lies.
less
This comes
gruesome.
naturally.
Night Mama, how are you? Welcome in.
I have the clip to prove it.
Cynical, enjoy your macchiato miling. Identity, how you doing today?
Hi, Night.
Games are, you know, a little rough, but that's okay. That's okay. We vibing. How you doing? How you doing,
Hey,
Identity?
Night.
Cowboy, do you want to ready up?
Oh yeah, that would be fantastic
He's-
actually.
He's prepping to sandbag us again.
Sandbagging by keeping us in the lobby the entire night?
That's how he maintains his record.
Keeps everybody
Alright, I'm gonna put a
safe.
poll. Who's the killer?
The
Knight,
lobbies were all safe. Where's the
Jason.
crowd? Nobody's safe.
Ghostface, Onryo. other? Go ahead and vote. Predictions up. Predictions up. You could win big. You could win big if you vote for one of the first two. You never know.
I am so sorry, Minnow. I dropped that pallet on you.
I don't feel the sympathy behind that. Sorry.
He's not sorry. He's gonna do it again.
Damn, not the call out. Not the call out. How you doing, Dakota? Welcome in.
That is crazy.
Always good, happy to be here. How are you? I'm doing well. I'm doing well.
You went into another match. It took you that long to say sorry.
Because I'm too busy laughing.
Honest, get some water.
You're laughing.
Dinner was good. I'm glad. I'm glad, Cynical. Oh my god, you know what? I meant to get dinner and I did not. We even talked about it. I was gonna get pizza. I think I still have time to order pizza.
Surely it's a Bubba.
Surely, let's hope not.
Surely.
It's a death slinger.
Main.
It's a slinger.
Let's go Twitch Shack. For Castry.
Oh, indeed he is. Smack him with the pallet, though.
Nice dodge, nice dodge.
Right. Cowboy, where are you?
I'm near you.
You should come save me from this.
He's on me, Minnow. He's on me. I saved you.
He's coming back.
He left me. He left me. He left me.
I'm gonna take this too.
Oh, I was muted. I said, he's on me, Minnow. I saved you.
True. You actually did. You did save me.
Oh,
he shot me twice.
You had it coming.
you had it coming. You had it coming.
Didn't
You only had yourself to blame.
Yeah, I don't know. He's looking around. He's paranoid already. He's crazy.
Oh, we don't have another box.
Oh, goodness. Chicago? I love Chicago. I will pay out
Region's all bottom side.
our Gamba shortly.
Shack right now? I can go for pull.
Yeah, he's at Jack. He is going towards.
He looks like he's going back to Hook.
I don't know. He's a
Yeah,
psycho.
he's going towards main-ish. Yeah, careful main.
Yeah, I just got TR. Okay.
Wait, where'd Cowboy go? Oh, you're right here.
Right here. How did you lose sight of me already?
Because I didn't have aura, it just disappeared.
He kicked my gin, but no eyes.
There's no way he's coming back to Hook, right? He's not
I
that
think
wild.
He is.
Oh, well, okay.
Oh, do you have
That's
VT still?
fantastic. No, I don't.
Oh, well, I could have taken the hit for you if I knew.
Is he tunneling Cowboy?
As soon as he came, Jelly kind of moved and let it be.
Okay. So
Oh, are
my
you
fault.
blaming Jelly?
I asked you, do you have VT? And you were like, ... no. You literally said ... no. After you were on the floor already.
I'm
How
gonna have a
dare
nice
you
little
blame
compilation of
Jelly?
Cowboy and having a lack of communication and sandbagging. My gin was 99. Dang it, I was so focused. I lost it. He's going back to... No, he's back to...
Probably fake. Healing myself first.
I failed. Sorry.
Dakota
Dakota.
2000 contributed $10 to A Night on Throne. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. That was either Overcharge or the other one. It was a tiny skill check.
The killer has
God,
really
careful,
interesting
chat.
charm.
I'm gonna run him, Shaq.
Sorry, I'm getting put.
Oh god. I'm going mid, Jen.
Cover up, Shaq.
Thank you so much, Dakota. That was so sweet of you. That was so sweet of you.
And he picked it, so...
He's going cow tree right now. To main, to main.
Okay.
He's on me mid right now.
I'm going inside me.
I'm gonna go down. I was not able to get any distance right there, unfortunately.
Should
Yeah,
get this
keep
done.
it.
Hooking.
Yeah,
All right, he's going main, going main, going main. Scatter. You're number 5, Nikki. I got you. 5. You got the devil. Ooh, she a devil. She a bad little bitch. She a rebel. You're safe. You just got a little event, little red light event, maybe.
No, I can go first.
I got. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
He's on me.
Yes, if I miss your F around and find out, remind me between games, Nikki. In the middle of the game is a little hard, but luckily I was hooked, so.
Good swing, good swing. Missed.
I'm not able to do my little stream streak command, but I will go ahead and say it. Swoogity swoogity stream streak booty, cover your eyes because night is streaking to the labyrinth. For a 10th time. Thank you for your stream streak.
He left.
Yeah, oh, he left! Oh, really? I didn't know.
I'm just gonna cleanse this first.
Well, I kind of said it, but I didn't hit my push the talk button.
Gotta say my
Okay.
Shana. Oh, identity. You're so
Alright.
sweet. You're so sweet.
Mm-hmm. Did he really say it, chat?
Even more
Cowboy,
scared
your
when playing horror
communication
games
is like
solo.
our
That's so
internet
fair. That's so fair.
I'm on dial-up right now.
Cowboy using that AOL internet from the 90s.
Yeah.
Somebody's calling internet drops.
What was that? What was that, Cowboy? Cowboy, I feel oppressed. I feel oppressed.
Oh, hold on, buddy. What are you shooting at here? Good swing. I knew you were gonna swing through that.
Shoulder.
I'll be able to save you, Cowboy.
Okay.
Thank you, Jelly. You're such a great teammate, unlike other people.
I will run the killer away from the jets next time. Smile. I'm so close from shoulder. I need to last here. Oh, but I'm elusive. I lost it out there.
Thank you for the heal.
You're welcome.
Go to main.
You have a fear Cowboy is on his way for the rest of
The gen next to me was so close, but
Yeah, he's
I kind of got the choice.
Shaq.
Oh, would you like me to heal you, Jelly?
It's okay. We'll
He dropped
finish
me.
this gen. It's oppression.
What Where are you?
Is it from Cowboy?
I'm in
Are you
chat.
feeling oppressed?
Yes.
How did that land? There's no Shack pallet.
Okay, it's okay. Don't worry. Cowboy is here to rescue you.
Cowboy, did you throw that pallet? Did
I
I
did
do
not.
anything?
Well, I
Did not
did
say
not.
anything?
I did not.
Okay, I did, and I called it, but we can blame Cowboy.
That's wild.
Always
Yeah,
blame
and
Cowboy.
Throw far away.
You
Throw
can.
far away from the window. Away from the
I
window.
didn't hear you call it, but yeah, we're gonna just blame Cowboy anyways.
Okay.
Cowboy was probably talking over Jelly, let's be honest.
Probably. Just take me to basement.
I'm here for the save. If he leaves.
You have 2 hooks, Cowboy. Should I go for the save?
Nah, I got this.
Okay.
He left.
Famous last words. Okay, but what direction did he leave?
To the right.
He's kicking my gen. I'll let you know. It's paused and then going back to the
Oh.
unhook.
I'm
Back
oppressed.
to Shack.
Ice Cold Brad just resubscribed for 46 months.
Brad, thank
I
you for
love
the
you,
46 months. I love you. Guys, go follow my hubby Ice Cold Brad if you have not.
Oh no.
I love that man.
There's no way. There's no way.
Ice Cold Brad.
It's the outside.
I know you will too.
Hold on to the code.
Come back, come back.
Yeah, he just wants to be.
I was trying so hard to get you healed. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. I don't blame you, Shana.
Oh, he shot me.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh no.
Okay.
No way.
Wait, I got a map.
I'll go this way. We're going that way.
Well, we're both dead.
That's
so
not it.
we could, just detour and get out.
It's not this Sony.
That's not it.
I'm on gate 11.
I found it. I found it. I found it.
Oh, but so is the killer. Yeah, I just have to last long enough so you. Wait, he has no idea I'm elusive.
It's gone, by the way.
He's leaving. He's leaving. Can you come 11?
Yep, I'm coming.
Nope, don't come. He's here.
Oh. Okay, so maybe go
Get the other
2.
Gate. I don't know where the other gate is.
I think it's at 2. I see a tall wall over there. Wait. Oh, wait. No. I had my numbers wrong. I think you were at 1, 2.
I might have been.
Yeah,
I don't actually know.
that's okay.
I was guessing if Shaq was 5.
They're on the
side
same
would
wall.
be
They're on the
6.
same wall.
Okay.
You were at 2, like 1, 2, and the other gate's at 11. So, yeah.
I'm gonna try to make it there. I don't think
I've got it. I've got it. It's open. I can take a hit. Where are you at?
I'm gonna get my sprint burst back. Okay, my sprint burst is back. I just need him to like commit aside. Nice.
Nice.
That was really good dodge.
Okay. Wait, I
You
might
should
need
be
it.
able to. You should
Okay,
be able
okay,
to.
okay.
Nice.
Nice.
Oh, that was scary.
Very good. Very nice. If I had interest in playing, I'd use no edge to see people cleanse the totem and clear. No, wait, why? I hate no ed. I hate no ed. Honestly, I understand why killers use it, but it's a perk that like when I play killer, I
Leigh wants to
really
know,
don't like to use it.
He's cooking, not cooking, but like making guacamole at his desk. Does anyone want some?
I would
Oh,
love
yes,
some.
please.
I love guac.
I could eat my weight in guac.
Honestly, same.
I never had it because I'm slightly allergic to fruits and I am afraid.
Oh, you got an EpiPen, so like, you know, live life on the edge.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, my doctor told me that I will never die from a fruit. It's just gonna be like mildly uncomfortable for a little bit. So it just really depends on how I'm feeling. You know, do I want to be mildly uncomfortable? I don't know.
I
See,
feel
I'm
like
allergic to
guac is
ginger.
worth the danger.
I
Is it?
agree. Yeah,
Yes.
it is. It's so good. But like, I also get
I might
it.
try it.
Like, I'm allergic to a handful of fruits, and it's, you know, sometimes it's worth being a little uncomfy.
It's like the discomfort I get from lactose intolerance, you know? It's worth it.
Yeah, like you can't say no to cheese, right? Like, yeah.
Yeah. Mac and cheese hurts me.
Mac and cheese hurts me
But I
so
love
much,
it.
but I love it. Exactly.
Yep.
Guac is worth it. Honest says that they hate guac because they don't like avocados, which, like, if you don't like avocados, that's valid. Some people don't.
Yeah.
I
love pineapple
love
juice, but I
it.
hate pineapples.
Exactly.
I'm eating pineapple right now.
You
Wait,
do
that's
not love
crazy.
me more, by the way, Brad. I'm just saying.
So that's the deterrent.
I'm so sorry. I was kind of
You
locked
and
in
me,
trying to
like,
get out there.
I get it, cowboy. You just don't want me here.
I see
love
Eli
pineapple.
voting for Myers, by the way.
Yeah.
I see that.
I love pineapple, but I don't want pineapple on my pizza.
I love pineapple on pizza.
Oh my
I actually
God,
get the
okay.
concept of like sweet and savory. It makes sense to me. I just don't like
Pineapple and feta together on pizza.
I love
is a
feta on
W.
pizza.
Oh my god, yes. Pineapple and feta together is a W.
Agreed.
It's so we don't get him. I don't think that's how it works, Eli. Oh, hi.
Excuse me.
Sorry, excuse me. Sorry, excuse me.
Going to Galos. It's a conic.
I am on 12.
I'm in
mid
Maine.
12. Mid 12.
If Kaneki were to eat pizza, what toppings do you think he would like?
He'd probably be a cannibal and like octopus and mayo.
That's a combo.
I mean,
Octopus
corn and
and
mayo
mayo.
on pizza is really
He's
good.
gonna tag me here.
I
No,
can see that
never
being
mind.
good.
Just kidding. I am taking this down 3 side.
Yeah, you know, I failed to communicate with you this time that I was right there, so that's on me. Oh, he's actually on me.
I agree, Jade.
Welcome back.
Where are you?
Hi, Urk. How are you? Thank you for the lurk. I roll. Oh, he's on me at main. Oh, he's got BAM.
Oh, dang it, it's all
Red, how are you? Welcome in. I Guys, if you're not already following Revenant Variable, there's a button popping up at the top of your screen that you can hug right now. Go give Rev a CPT follow. It is free to do so. Free to do so. Rev, how was your stream? Tell me about it. Sorry, I was talking to the Raiders, or I would have called my hook. Sorry. Are we tunneling?
Our region just like right here around me. Kind of sucks.
A tunneling ghoul. You know you're bad when ... Get good. Oh, my DS is about to run out. Yeah, for like another 5 seconds, maybe.
Okay, he just left you.
Yeah, he's on me. I'm running him down the series of...
And my DS is gone.
He doesn't chase me in this annoying.
Yes, cowboy! W.
Yeah, come on, go pick out somebody your own size. Hold that one. Yeah, I'll give you one blind there. How about this? I'll give you another one.
We can finish this bit if you're breaking.
Oh.
He doesn't want me.
Because he's a tunneling ghoul.
I hate Surge.
What the heck is Old Bay? It's a seasoning. I would never put it in ice cream, though. What are you talking about, Pause? What crack are you on?
Don't get unhooked. Don't get unhooked. I am going.
Crashed a ship while trying to fly, then made some money and progress. Hell yeah, Rev. We love to hear that. We love to hear that. Money and progress is a good thing. Thank you.
It's going back. It's going back. It's going back.
Oh my
Okay, you're gonna have to take
god.
the hit for me if that's okay.
That's fine. That's fine.
Exposed.
That's fine. Is he going around the front?
Okay.
Yep, he is. He is. Yep. I'm behind you. Oh,
Yeah, that's
I got you. I got you. You're good.
Okay, I'm like.
Okay.
Well, actually, don't do that. Don't do it if you're gonna die. Wait. Take a hit for you now. There you go.
He's just not interested.
We're all here.
Oh my god.
So not interested. What?
Wait, he doesn't even hit me.
Why is he obsessed? I'm under the pallet. I'm under pallet. I'm under pallet.
He knows about me. He doesn't know about him.
Other side of the pallet.
Other side? Okay.
Yes.
I'll just stick to this fin.
There's no way. There's no way that just happened.
He knows I'm here.
Woo! I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Pause.
Can you like crawl in a little bit more?
Like into the shack?
No, like towards the outside shack. Yeah. So he
Okay.
can, like, push
Yeah.
more.
Go ahead.
Or you?
I don't know.
No. He's trying to see.
No!
Tried to block it. That would have been nice though if you would have blocked it.
hydration station,
My
choo
last
choo.
big cowboy.
That's not what I meant.
So it's my fault.
I never said that. I was
Oh,
slightly
excuse me.
wait. Where are you? Oh, no, he's on me. He's on me. You saw me?
Yeah, well, he's not on you. He's on Shana above the basement.
Oh.
Why? They completely face camping.
Whatever.
No, she's gonna be able to unhook herself.
Okay. Okay, we'll hop in then.
Maybe.
What is it with the
No,
killers
he's
being so
outside.
obsessed
He's
with
going
me?
back.
No, he's going back. He's going back.
All 99.
Okay, now.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Yeah, we'll heal the generator.
Cowboy, can you play for Shana?
Yeah, I'm trying. Yeah. She has yes.
There's no way he's gonna put me 4 times. This is crazy.
I say force the hit and use the DS.
Yes or
No. He's mooring me.
Okay, no.
I couldn't even use my DS because he's mooring me. I tried. I was like, all right, yeah, that's a good idea. Force the DS. Nope.
I want to get his attention. Chase me, bro. Chase me, please.
Yeah, he wants nothing to do with me, so,
Yeah, if you want to come over here and heal me, I'm at this exit gate.
which one?
Alright, 9.
This one. I'm at this one. Guys, I'm opening that one.
Behind you!
Oh, okay, alright, yeah, how was I supposed to
He's
know?
on me, okay? I can't come heal you.
No, I'm talking about Jelly.
You didn't specify!
We gotta work on our communication skills.
You don't want to talk?
Not the Wii.
I feel personally attacked right now. I mean, we could try to get the other door open. It's right
I'm
by
going.
there. Right by there, huh?
He is face camping.
Is he? Okay.
Yeah. I mean, we probably can't get the gate open, but I will trade for this.
They're obsessed because
Oh,
I'm
hell no.
hot. I don't know about that. I don't know about that.
Oh, he's trying to wait out. Yep.
There's nothing I can do. I'm just gonna start calling towards the gate. Keep him busy if I can.
Yeah, definitely crawl toward the gate.
I'm gonna try to heal. I need skill checks though.
He's not picking.
I get targeted all the time. I don't know. It's crazy.
Flashlight safe. Dang. Nice try.
Cowboy, come heal me. I'm in the exit gate.
Quick, take your shit.
The way you said that was giving ball gown. Ball gown.
Yeah, I'm not sure about this.
Alice, enjoy your avocado toast.
Just go.
Depends on where he is. If he's on the staircase, then it's over.
I don't have TR. Oh, I guess it would, but I don't see him.
Oh,
Oh yeah, he's right there.
he's on the stairs. He's a stinker make stinkerson.
Probably would have happened.
I am doing well. I am doing well, Alice. I'm glad it's the weekend. What do you have planned this
No, you
weekend?
did good. You actually took some protection hits.
Please, Honest,
You tried.
please.
I don't know what kills tunneling.
I mean, it's hard when they're not good. You know what I mean?
Crazy.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
This will probably be my last one. It's bedtime.
Bedtime?
Like one more, but then bedtime.
What?
-7. -7.
After this one? This is your last one, or one more
Yes.
after this one?
No. This one, and that's
I
it.
will listen to no arguments. You're beautiful. You're beautiful. Chat is beautiful. You are all beautiful. Becca!
I didn't realize what time it was.
Enjoy your Banshee Espresso. Welcome in. It's early. What do you mean?
I know, I'm like, it's barely 10 p.m. for me.
Are you two still going? 'Cause I'm still
Yeah.
going. Okay.
Yeah. I'm just getting started. P67.
Everyone is beautiful and hot. Pass it on. Agreed. Agreed.
Starting to see the light at the end of the tunnel to P100.
Let's go.
Is this gonna be a first P100?
My second. I have a P100 Sable.
I'm working on Shane right now. Shane will be my 4th.
Nice. I'm working on Michaela and Artist. But after Michaela, I'm gonna go to Taeyong. But maybe V, I don't know, I like playing both.
Try to get Shane to P100 before the new Survivor drops. I'll probably do Survivor.
I'm working on V right now. I love
V's
V.
a lot of fun to play.
Well, after Bubba.
Yeah, Artist is very slow going, but it's like slowly but surely kind of thing.
I'm getting everybody P3'd right now. I got all my survivors. I've got almost got all my killers, so.
Nice.
Oh, it's a Mori, so a hot blocker.
Okay.
Well, if you have DS.
It's a Mori.
Welcome back.
You're gonna be singing that to the Kaneki.
I didn't even think about him Moriing me.
Yeah, I didn't check it.
Hi, and Quiz, how are you? Psycho Mike, how you doing? Welcome in. Hot candy.
It's a terrible last map to end on, but it's
To-
fine.
To do with
It
the sour
really
mood.
is.
I'm gonna do Market.
Am I the only one who
Market's
loves
always
this
there.
map?
It's a Myers. It's a Myers. It's a Myers.
Are you kidding me?
Where?
Wait, really?
You went to Market. It is a Myers.
This little Myers went to market. This little Myers stayed
I'm
home.
scared. I'm in Market, but I don't see him.
Oh no, he went to Club. Sorry, not Market. Club.
Oh,
Club.
okay. I'm like panicking.
Oh, now he's going to Market. Now he's going to Market.
Okay.
No,
calm,
no,
calm.
no, no, no.
This
no.
little Myers ate
He's
roast
going
beef.
someplace else. He's going to the grocery store.
This little Myers had
Going to the
none.
store? Okay. You want
Going to the
anything?
store. He's going to the store right now.
Oh, I do need
This little Myers went. Wait! Oh my God!
He has oppression.
Oh my god!
I fell it down! I panicked! I'm sorry!
Yeah, he's right behind you.
I'm taking him away from Market because I saw someone over there for a split second.
He's coming
Oh,
back.
he's here,
Get
yeah.
grabbed, get
Someone's
grabbed.
gonna clip
Oh,
that.
Grabbed. I'm
Well,
full health.
My whole ass
Okay, I'm
poem,
grabbed.
man.
Why? How dare you let that on your teammates?
Get the flashlight there.
I
That's
missed
why
my
she get
skill
grabbed.
check.
That's a little selfish. Don't you think you're trying to just like get away safely? Not get grabbed.
Protect, it's fine. Listen, what do you think I had, Scully? What do you think I had?
Oh my god!
Are you gonna tell it? Probably.
By the way, our 3
So I need to hear you
Jack's 97 or Market.
He's looking at me now.
I'm sorry. Where's he going?
Oh, to me, I'll take him away from the market.
Okay, I'm in Maine.
Very high pro. He's leaving. He's going somewhere else. I don't know where. Cowboy?
I got CR.
Is that Jack? Is that Jack?
Okay, I was at 9.
I'm sending you a bill. I'm sorry. Listen, I got scared. What do you want from me?
It looks like he's
I've got.
going
Oh, I've got
to-
TR at Maine. I've got TR at Maine.
He's going to club. Nope, I think
have
he's coming
TR.
back to me. I don't know. I have no idea where he is.
I'm just gonna pull.
He's on me! Cowboy!
What?
Stop saying he's going to club! He's not clubbing!
Well, he was in that direction. Then I lost him.
Okay.
Not pain res.
He's going back to pick the bin at 9.
Oh, I just hit oppression. Why is Myers oppressing me?
There's a lot of oppression tonight. What is going on? I've never seen this person.
Alright, I got.
I'm being stalked.
You should call the
Fine,
police.
I just fed him. Yep. You're fed all that you need. Great.
You should call the police. Stalking
might
is
be a little
illegal.
I got you, Minnow. I got you.
He's away from Market.
Oh, no.
Somebody pop Market Gen, please.
Oh no.
I'm on my way.
I've
I'm
got
on my
TR.
way.
I've got TR. I'm scared. I got TR. I'm
on
scared.
market.
You saw where I was, right?
Yep. Oh, he's swapping to me. He's swapping to me. He's swapping to me.
Hey, Shana, deep breath.
Why got you swapped to you?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Oh. I'm down.
It's because he can smell the fear. Hey, fireworks! I missed it.
He is going into the market. He did not see you, cowboy.
No.
Might be on me, chat.
He's going
No,
shack.
he's going towards
Jack.
Jack. Alright, I am getting unhooked.
Oh shit. I will take him elsewhere.
Thank you.
Oh, he saw me.
He saw you?
What
Wait.
the?
It is nowhere to hide then, right? Because
Yeah,
there's
it
like
has
there's
to
no
be.
way.
Yeah.
Oh, you did. Oh, if I knew you were on that pallet, I was right there.
That's okay. I didn't realize you were right there. Our three gens still like in this tiny ass little triangle between Shack and
Okay, I'm gonna stop this from regressing before I get you.
I got. Oh, you gonna get the unhooked?
Yeah, I have shoulder. I have shoulder.
Oh my fucking god! Where the fuck did you come from? He left me, I think. I think.
Yeah, he's
Probably come back to me. Oh, he's right there. Right there. Okay, I was gonna say I don't see him. Careful for auras.
I hate that I can't. He's right there! He's so scary!
I can get back on my gen.
I'm pulling him away from the gen. We're going to the club. He missed his initial hit.
I got this. Gen got
Nice!
destroyed.
He kind of ruined me twerking in the club, okay? Kind of ruined it.
I will never be mean to you again, Cowboy.
Thank you.
You're bringing him toward me.
Sorry. I thought he was going back to Cowboy.
I popped the gen. I popped the gen. I popped the gen.
Oh, this is bad.
This is really bad. I'm sorry, Shane, I didn't know you were there. I thought he was supposed to go Cowboy.
He's coming this way. Oh no. I'm death
no,
hooked,
he
so
is, he
he's
is.
probably.
I'm at market. I'm at market.
No, he's coming to me. He swapped 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 to me. Oh.
You got unhooked, Kelly?
Yes.
I couldn't drop the pallet. I tried.
Oh.
Oh, DS!
Okay.
Fuck yeah! DS!
Let's go, DS for the win.
Where's Jen?
I don't know, but I'm gonna die!
Yeah, I get lost in this map with gens.
I'm still pretty
Yeah, I have no idea.
I didn't get worried. That's all that matters. Fine.
It's not me around me.
Oh.
Hey, you stay on that gen. I'll play for both, yeah?
Oh, hold on, I'm getting raided. 1 sec.
6, you got it. Night, mama. 4, 5, 6. You're at the tower.
Which way is he going?
You're safe. You're safe.
You know, towards a street.
Excellent, Tom. Excellent.
I don't know, I'm behind Maid. I can't see anything.
I am hitting my skill test tonight. Yes. Yes.
I have a DS skill set. It's not coming back.
No.
He's shaking his head no at me, and I'm getting worried.
He's giving you no burst?
Yeah, I got no burst.
Rude.
I can't lock in.
Lock in, we got it.
Yeah, he tried to give me nodders at the pallet.
Okay, there's a gen right here.
Yeah, yeah.
What gen
You
were
play for
you
that
on,
one?
you know?
I was
And I'll
at
play
a
for
gin
Minnows.
shack. Yeah, shack did.
He's coming back, Cowboy. What the fuck? Okay. Me. I didn't know that there was an entryway there. Yep. He's not on me? He's on me.
Okay.
Hi, Racer. How are you?
Okay, can you run for a minute and a
It's
half?
good to see you.
Yeah. In this tiny ass window.
Eli, you hate me. Tune out me tomorrow with anime dub shows. That's exciting. You could say these skill checks are E for everyone. Please listen. Listen.
If I stun him here?
The skill checks on the other game were evil. They were evil.
I don't know why he's stalking one hit.
Sorry. I didn't mean it. Nobody saw that.
Not the teabag from Jelly. Wow. That's toxic. That's toxic, Jelly. We love a Jelly clam slam.
Trying to get my sprint burst back. He's slugging. He's going to you.
Down the street.
Is it BBQ?
Hi, Ash. How are you? This is what happens when I do not pick Myers. My look on Guess the Killer is bad. If I pick Myers, it won't be him. I don't know. I don't know. Let's test that theory. You pick something else the next round. If we get Myers again, then I'll believe you.
Do you get me? What do you get?
Jelly being toxic is sometimes the best side. Jelly being toxic is freaking hilarious to me. Because she's so cute and sweet all the time, and I just love her and adore her.
Okay.
I'm gonna try and do the gate by market.
So the toxic teabag cracks me the F up. I love her. I love her so much.
I don't make it.
Clam Slam is the topic of the night. Third stream to be slamming. We love it.
There's a rock pallet back there.
Listen, the Clam Slam began in Phasmophobia here with Cooper. And I love that it's become a trend everywhere.
He's still slugging.
It was funny when she said no one saw that, I know.
Any
Guys,
key?
go
Is
follow
that how I say
Tunny's
it?
World, also known as Ash.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't
If you
muted.
haven't before, by the way. We love her.
Ara ara. Ooh.
That's right. Ara ooh. I still gotta figure out why alerts and everything are duplicating.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
There's no way.
Crawl! Crawl like you've never crawled before.
No.
No! 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 Don't do it! Don't do it! Don't do it! You know what? I bet that's because you clam slammed him. Oh, and now he's WSing you. Oh, yeah, now he's being... No.
Yeah, I'll believe it. None of that.
I'm not gonna say GG's to that.
No, you don't get a GG's when you do stuff like that.
No, not cool.
Alright, thank you guys so much for having me.
Super.
Thank you, Jelly. We love you.
Take you to the games.
Have a good night. Good luck on the rest of your game.
Have a good night, Jelly. We love you.
Okay, thank you, cowboy. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Hi, cutie pie. How you doing, Nepo? Welcome in. Guys, of course, if you're not following Jelly, you know what to do. I don't know why you wouldn't be following Jelly. But I need you to change that immediately and go follow her. I called a Phas Ghost a little bitch and was right. It was a Dio. You know what? Dios are little bitches. Dios are little bitches. It's so true. It's so true. So true. Go follow Jelly if you have not. It's free. Jelly is one of our leaders on Nightmare Network, and we love her so very much. So very much. Please show her lots of love. Nepo, check your DM. Check it.
Oh snap!
I followed her the last time you told me, so already ahead of the game. I'm so proud of you, Night Mama. You made a good choice. You made a good choice. You added channel points again. Eli, that's crazy. That's crazy. I sent you guys a message, by the way, if you want to check it real quick.
I was right. Yes, of course, of course.
Okay,
I'm,
okay,
I'm
okay.
okay with it.
Okay, okay.
As long as he behaves, which will probably not happen, but still. I don't mean it like that though.
Dakota Kula 2000 contributed $5 to a night on Throne. Thank you so much.
To the Phasmophobia merch on Throne. He says he's sensitive today, cowboy, so you better be nice.
Oh, here we go.
No. There's a good. No. There's good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's understandable. I'll be
So
nice
you
to
be nice.
Nepo. Oh, wait a second. I'm always nice to Nepo.
I don't know. I heard you shit in his pillows.
No. That's absolutely false.
That's what I heard.
And who told you that?
You and Nepo. Vodka snacks, you got it. Also, my dinner's here. My dinner's here.
Cards.
So I gotta grab my dinner real quick after I get
What'd you
vodka
get?
for
What'd you
snacking.
get?
Some za. Because Scully told me to treat myself. Down. So I listen to Scully.
That's crazy.
And Scully tells me
Dakota.
what to do. Look at that pretty girl. Alright, I will be right back. Invite Nepo.
Demon?
Stop calling it that.
Demon!
Stop it. Stop talking to it.
No, I just want to talk to the demons.
Yay! Kylie, welcome in. Hi, Zombo.
Lights out. You're one of us now.
Okay, I'm here. Hi. Hi, team.
Hello. Nepo's here to carry.
Awesome. I know I saw Nepo join. I was like, yay, looks like I can go. He was fun to play with the other day.
Hatch rounds and get slammed in face. You can do it for any survivor since we're playing with friends. Since we're playing with friends.
What's that?
Oh, I had a bingo question. Nepo's confused about the call.
Join the call? Should show up on the top, right?
Mm-hmm. You should be able to just click the button to join. I think.
Welcome back.
Hi, Pod. How are you?
I have coffee.
You have coffee?
How you doing tonight, Zumbo?
Do you like it black or do you like cream and sugar and stuff?
I like mine light and sweet.
I don't know why Nepo's having trouble getting in.
I have to have my coffee iced.
It's a hunter's. I don't like. I can't have it iced.
We might all need to hang up and recall so that Nepo can join, cause.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Okay, this game don't count. And you missed.
This game don't count and you missed. Wow.
I wasn't looking. We spawned by Shack, right?
Oh, I don't do the numbers for this one because I'm always lost. Everything's the same on this map to me.
Everything is the same. I hate this map. Oh. I hear her hum, but I don't know where she is.
Yeah, I've got Tiara at main.
Go ahead, Nepo, Scotty.
She's at main.
Yeah, she's at main. I hid in bushes.
She's on me.
Oh, she sees me. Okay, she's leaving main. But she does not want me.
No, she wants me. She's on
Because
me.
you're so beautiful.
I don't think so.
Big happy thoughts.
Gonna have a house this time next month. Hell yeah, let's go. I love that for you, iPod. Congrats. Congrats.
Yeah, you're right.
I'm just messing with you.
Oh,
I'm messing with you.
God damn it! I just got baited. I just got hardcore baited. That's wild. That's so crazy. I got baited hardcore. You made me feel bad.
Oh.
She's tunneling me. What's freaking new at this point, honestly?
It has to be Sable.
That's what I'm thinking too. I'll just come back for me.
Zombies with an 85 stream streak. You guys better close your eyes. There's a Nikki Zombo in the chat. A Nikki Zombo. Can you hear me?
I'll get on hook.
Gonna start going through my mommy stuff and donating stuff away I don't need. That's a good idea. Zombo is Nikki.
I'm coming, Minnow. Don't go anywhere.
Oh, don't worry. I'm just hanging out over here.
Where is she? Oh,
Just taking the side.
she's in main. She's going up top main. Top main. She's on me. Why is she so obsessed with me? Oh shit, I fucked that up.
It could be Twitch shirt plus Sable.
Zombo put a hole in the wall? Damn.
Never gonna get done.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Oh. I don't want to talk about that. I'll say nothing.
How'd you know I was
Not gonna get my deposit back. There's a mushroom shaped hole in the wall. That's wild.
Oh man. Nice try. She really likes this book. Is she running a sports book? By chance? Do we know?
I mean, I don't think anybody's gotten pain res or anything, but
okay. She just really likes this book. Maybe because it's the closest, but like I don't know.
She's aiming at somebody.
She's on me again. She swapped for Nepo.
Come back to hook.
Oh, she's after me.
What is going on tonight?
She dropped chase with me.
I think she's on that boat, yeah. Careful, because you're out in the open on that side of the gen, Minnow.
So deadlock? I'm running deadlock.
Deadlock and Grim.
Okay, I got the other.
She's also got some kind of aura. Wow, I couldn't even. Okay, get behind that. That's fine. I am dead.
Try something else's servers.
The alarm on one of my neighbor's cars went off. They turned it off pretty fast, but still startled me for a
My servers
second.
tend to get very sweaty.
Why was the alarm going off? Do you know? Guys, okay, this gives me a second to eat some of my pizza.
Working on Jin and Shaq.
She has to be running barbecue.
That's what I'm thinking. I can go for pool.
You want some pizza? Come over, I'll share. I thought enjoy your obake. He's our favorite zombie. Jay, what's that emote for? Wait, what do you mean you didn't hear gunshots or yelling for once? Is that like a regular thing where you live?
Deadlock.
Oh, that's deadlock?
Yeah, that's deadlock.
Oh, no, you're right, you're right. I just saw the entity and I was like, oh. Whew. Barely dodged that.
Where are you?
I'm at Shack. She left me. I don't know where she went.
Oh, I sent that to the wrong thing.
I give up on this killer. Surprised she didn't take me to basement.
It's right there. It's right there, Nippo. I swear. It's a regular thing. There's reasons why, besides my mental health conditions, I don't sleep well. Honest, that's crazy. You need to move, love. You had spaghetti for dinner? Ooh, spaghetti's always good. That's always a good choice, too. You had pizza today? Delicioso.
Hi, friends. Sorry it took me so long to win the call. Popping up for me.
Hello.
I was like, what do you mean you can't see it? It's right here. It's right here. I was trying so hard. What do you mean?
I had to restart Discord and it popped up.
Oh, that's so weird. That's so weird. I thought maybe we would have to like hang up and then like recall or something. But that's okay.
I don't know, it was weird. I restarted it. It's working now. Like almost that entire
Ash,
match,
how
I was
are you?
not even, like, paying attention. I was like,
Look at you shaking it.
Like I was going through all my Discords, like.
Honest. That's crazy. I hope that changes in the future for you. I hope that changes in the future for you. I get it though. It's so expensive to find somewhere to live these days, which is why I am in this situation that I am, which I hope changes in the future. But, you know, there's only so much that you can do. There's only so much that you can do. You said number 9?
Welcome back.
Drop a pallet too early?
I want booms. Should be fun.
Did I drop one too early?
Hi, Nepo.
I don't think I dropped one too early.
Hi, Pookie.
Like when I wasn't really meant to.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Alright, I'm back.
Hi, Mano.
I intentionally pre-drop
How
quite
are
a bit.
you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good.
Nepo has boobs. What?
Cowboy, did you still want to host or did you want to try someone else?
The drop it too early is
We could
like
try
I'm
somebody.
dropping
My
it and they're not
server's
on
good.
me. They're not
Very
actually like
sweaty.
pursuing me.
Okay.
Oh, we could try somebody.
Have games been sweaty?
If that's what you mean.
Shana keeps getting tunneled and it's kind of annoying and
I keep getting like hard tunneled by the freaking killers.
yeah, like back to back to back, and it's like, just let our girl play.
I'd say I'd host because normally I feel very lucky, but today's been a very rough day, so I don't think I might be lucky today.
Hey, I know,
But
I know
you did
both-
have a really good thing happen today, Nepo, so you should focus on that.
I know both chats are being shared. Just make this clear. I am not wearing a thong for the cosplay.
Or
wearing a thong?
listen,
I am not wearing
you
a thong
just tell
for the
people that you're
cosplay.
wearing a thong and no one will know the difference, cowboy.
No, they'll want to see it on the OnlyFans account. Oh, I'm sorry. You told me not to tell everyone about that.
God damn it, Nepo!
How scandalous.
If anyone's curious, it's a very
This
lovely,
ain't Kansas,
Oh my gosh.
is it?
devil panty red.
Thank you for the follow, by the way. We do keep them anonymous, so you can look chat whatever
I
you're
am
comfy
not wearing cock.
I can host
How you doing,
for
love
you
bud?
guys if you want.
If you want to.
Homemade beef and chicken kebabs.
Oh wait, you know what?
You're a chef night, mama.
No, I'm central.
Oh wait, yeah, I know where you're at. Never mind.
All good.
Oh, number 9
Yeah, I think you would have better.
was
servers.
talking about coops
'Cause
for
when
you?
when I lived over there in that area, I always had good servers. They were nice.
That's not number 9 for me. Hold on. Number 9 said drop the pallet too early when I was just looking at it. Hold on.
Tiptoe around every word I say because I don't want to dox you.
You're good, you're good. I mean, people know, like, the city that I'm in, but, like, that's about it.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah,
then,
yeah, yeah.
I used to live in DFW.
Oh, okay, okay.
I was up in Denton. I teach at at UNC.
You can call that one, yeah.
Oh, nice.
I
Yeah,
always talk about
I'm not
it.
from Houston, but I moved here like 4 years ago, ish.
Oh, I'm not from that area either. Well, I mean, I guess that's still far. It's massive, but
Yeah.
I'm not from.
Nepo, I sent you an invite.
I didn't
Let's
get
see.
it. It's buggy. Oh, there we go.
Okay.
Now I got that one from Minnow.
Okay.
The
I
cover's
sent one
just
to you
lying.
before.
You guys are crazy.
DVD being DVD.
Clearly, I can't.
DVD.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I'm from Texas. but I'm just not
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying, Night Mama. I see what you're saying. Following. I'm following. I'm following.
Georgia, Alaska, Illinois.
Got it. By the way,
What's it
guys,
like
if you have a
living
little
in
Caesars
Alaska?
where you are, these little, like,
Nice, but very.
pizza cup things are so good.
What's the
And they have them
word?
where they're just cheese if you're like me and you don't eat meat.
Tickets filled without
These are so good.
talking politics.
Oh, okay, got it.
I don't know everyone else's, stance with their stream and talking all that, but yeah, I think that gets the point across.
A story
Yeah,
narrator.
same
Just for the hell of it if you want.
I
Okay, I can do that.
Alright, well now that we're all four in comms, we're gonna win.
Yeah, lock in. I'm locked in. I'm booning.
I'm gonna save everyone.
I have counterforce.
Well, we know
on if
that's
anybody-
a
I'll
lie.
try and make it, like,
but...
And I save you, Minnow, in a game.
Super
Then
interesting,
you
too.
did. This time, Shana actually gets to play without being tunneled. That's the
can-
goal.
Wait, hold up, Pookie. Hang on. I can get tunneled too. Wait a second.
Technically,
Wait, not that one. Wait, not that one. There we go.
I
pescatarian.
wish I could join.
Me
But-
too.
Soon.
Soon.
Soon. We
We're
got
getting
I don't
there.
eat a lot of fish. I try to, like,
Surprised you're, like,
mostly
don't
eat vegetarian.
Yeah, I don't know.
And every once in a while,
Your YouTube's, like, kinda big.
I will have fish.
No, thank you.
I lived in Japan for like
I've
4.5
met the
years,
minimum
so
requirements the first 2 times I applied, and they rejected me.
eating fish,
That's stupid. But
every so often is a
I know
thing. And
people
also, I
that
live
are
in Florida.
there that have way less than you were cowboy or even like a fraction.
You know.
So that's why I'm confused.
Yeah, I don't get the
I've been eating so fast.
selection process and how they like vet everyone. And
Yeah,
stuff.
now, Minnow, when you go on there to apply, do you just click the apply button and that's it? They don't take you to another page? Like to fill things out or anything?
The first time I applied, I filled a bunch of stuff out.
Like a Google
But-
form or something.
The second time, you just click it and it just does it like... It
Well,
just...
the second time it auto-applied. So, the first time...
That's what I'm confused too, because I don't want that. I want to check to make sure everything is correct before I reapplied. When I reapplied the second time, it just auto-rejected me. When I hit the apply button, it didn't even take me to another page, and I wanted to take me to another page because what if something changed and I want to fill things out?
Right, so the first time I applied, something happened and it didn't actually connect my Twitch account. So I only applied...
I approved that one. I'll have to look the others in a minute,
I
Jojo.
didn't really care about numbers, so my YouTube shorts definitely met the requirements.
Ooh. It's Freddy.
Oh man. Okay. But yeah, the second time I applied it, auto applied, so I couldn't reconnect my Twitch.
Yeah, like I couldn't. They didn't take.
You
the
might
clip
have to
because I
share
have
those.
it now,
Ghosty's
like, I
my
have a YouTube now, so I
my
wasn't
chef.
connected
I don't
to it
really.
all.
I was able to my third time. It didn't auto.
I don't really cook, if I'm being honest with you.
Whoa! How did he know where I was?
But
How did he know where I was?
Ghosty
Hold on, I'm getting
Nightmare,
raided. What's that, guys?
nightmare, nightmare, nightmare.
when they're
nightmare.
over, I'm a make things quick and easy kind of cook because I hate cooking. But if you have some good recipes and you can share them with Ghosty and I,
He literally just ran straight to it. Like, didn't even, like, hesitate.
he's on me right now. Oh, there's a spicy totem right behind me.
Where's that?
Yep.
I know where it's at. I'm counter force.
Oh, me too.
He's back on me.
Okay, I can go back and get it.
No, don't yet. Don't yet. Still here.
Okay.
Okay, now you can.
Okay. Got it.
I have no idea what it was.
He's
you
on
have
me.
to have lethal or- He saw exactly where I was. No hesitation.
Yeah, most likely.
He is like committed to me right now, I think. Oh, yep. I'm gonna down. I'm down.
Oh my gosh, I could not see it.
Cooking now. Youngly, hi.
Wake up, Nepo! Stop sleeping on the job.
Nepo, wake up. We don't like. Oh, I'm supposed to be a story narrator. Cowboy is taking Shana off of the hook and then healing her in this run-down old school. The place is desolate and creepy. Creepy noises. Everything smells weird and rusty and damp. There's generators they're supposed to fix. It's very strange. How do they know how to fix them? Never in her life has Shana fixed a generator. Just tap the wires together and they spark. That's strange. Why did Cowboy just slap Shana on the butt? She'll never know. She'll never know. There's a weird heartbeat, ringing, beating loudly in Shana's ears. It's growing louder and louder. And she's getting sleepy. Very sleepy. Oh. The world has changed. There's ash floating all around her. And singing. So strange. And screaming below her. Oh my god. It seems her friend Minnow has fallen.
Hi.
Hi.
Big change.
Thank you.
Shana will run to this strange clock that has appeared and wake herself up.
Crossing past hook.
And
Crossing past hook. Don't go to hook yet.
run
Never mind, I
downstairs.
can just get the save. He's not coming. He's taking Jen. Wait, I would leave here. I would leave here. Just in case.
Together, the three friends will
I have research
run.
too.
Oh,
Okay.
she's gonna wake up her friend Nepo, and then heal her friend Minnow. And then together, they will run off to find some generators again. How any of them know how to work on a generator? Still questionable. still questioning.
Is he up or down? Oh, he's on me.
Where are you at? Up or
He
down?
just swung some wild swinging.
Are you up or down?
I'm down. I'm up. I'm down. I'm up. I don't know. I
Stay up,
have
stay
no
up if you
idea.
can, stay up if you can.
Yeah.
I'm
Second.
somewhere on this map.
Shanna's found her way to a generator.
He's completely lost.
She's working diligently, but the heartbeat.
What is this guy doing?
The heartbeat has returned.
He's confused.
He's very confused.
It's beating
You know,
loudly in her ears. The generator is pumping. Woo! Shana was quite startled when Freddy appeared suddenly.
Right after that.
There's nowhere for her to really run here. Oh my god. But the Freddy missed his hit. Miraculously. Can Cowboy save her?
He has
And
to
he
be
did.
He has to be dude. There's no way he saw
What
me and
an
picked
amazing
Oh yeah, I already started this.
save. He decided to go for Cowboy.
Thank you, it's for releasing. I say
Going down.
started.
He's
It
wait,
barely started.
it had some prog.
So
That prog's
Shana
becoming life.
ran for her life.
Oh no.
Teleporting?
Run away, run away, run away.
Down the scary hallway.
Okay, I'm gonna be asleep.
And into a scary bathroom. She wasn't sure where to go, or where she could find a generator. They only needed one more to escape. Their whole team needed to survive.
I just did a whole 1-2 bamboozle you onto that.
Nice, nice.
She felt herself falling asleep again. It was like she was in another world. Just taking a nap. Just
Up and down.
taking a little
My moon is
snooze.
downstairs. My moon is
So she must wake herself up. She knew.
upstairs. Downstairs. Yeah,
She
see that gate by
supposed she
moon, that gate by moon.
should hear the strange voices in her head and
Gates are just
follow
open
the
on up.
directions
I'm at gate by moon now.
by going downstairs.
He's teleporting. He's teleported over there. I'm over at gate by moon.
Oh, he's here.
Finding her way out a door.
I'm going.
Scared. Where's Shana?
Shana was listening to the strange voices in her head and following the path to the boom to get out the door.
I hear stuff.
She found her way there. Cowboy was sleeping at the door. They were all running. Oh my god. And the friends all made it out alive. The end.
Whoever redeemed that
But because of the amazing story, you survived.
That is wild. Like whoever redeemed them, man. It's crazy.
You didn't like the storyteller mode?
I loved it.
Listen, they wanted me to roleplay a storyteller, so that's what we were doing.
They were running Undying Devour.
They would have gotten value out of it had they
Oh my god. Can we talk about the cages hanging in this hole? You know what? I should have, yeah. I should have. You loved it? Thank you. Thank you, Jay. Thank you. Thank you. Sullivan was here for it. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Oh my god, I can't believe that. That was funny. That was a good one.
Oh, We were ready up. I'm sorry. Everybody just send waiter for me.
Oh, we're gonna do red glyph.
I'm out of it. It's been a long day.
You're fine, love. You're fine. Nobody's mad. Don't listen to the naysayers. Oh gosh. Jay, if you want to guess the killer, you have to do it from Cowboy's chat, I think. I don't think it works from mine. Let me double check though. Hold on. I'm muted. Cowboy, when people are guessing the killer, do they have to do it from your chat for it to work? I think they do, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately.
Why are you being mean?
Night Mama wants to know, Nepo, storyteller or whisper mode?
Storyteller. Whisper mode, I don't know. Like, I know a lot of people like ASMR, but like, I don't know.
I'm with you.
Can I be shady?
Yeah, be shady. Do it.
Are you sure? Because you're my friend. I don't like your whisper voice. It makes me feel uncomfortable. I feel like you're like a spider crawling on my ear.
Does it creep you out?
It kind of does. It doesn't feel soothing. It feels like a scary whisper voice.
You know what?
Which is weird because I feel like if you actually tried to ASMR, you probably could. Because you have a pretty voice. But for some reason when you just whisper, it's just...
You think I'm spooky?
Please.
I'm sorry.
The ASMR like increases my anxiety. It doesn't relax me.
I can listen to like ambient noise. Like I can listen to like, you know, the basic, of course, you know, the white noise, brown noise, whatever, all that. But I can also listen to things like someone, you know, like if it's ASMR of like, what is it, like, you know, someone like painting nails.
You know what the
or, like,
spooky ASMR, right?
You know, whatever, like typing, like Sarah typing on the keyboard. I don't care.
Oh, I can't do that. I don't like the tapping on stuff and like. I just want to fucking. I guess there are some certain like ASMRs that I like, that I'm okay with. Like Shana's spooky whisper. But I actually like that. But I don't like the tapping on objects and stuff like that.
All right, they've been approved.
My anxiety, I don't feel relaxed.
They've been approved, JoJo.
I don't know if anybody has a command for that.
You just put feet in my chat? Excuse me?
That is wild. That is wild.
Not the floor grippers. Get those floor grippers out of here. Excuse you?
Not if you're deleting it. They take 30 cents for that.
I didn't delete it. Thank you for the giant emote. Listen, I hate floor grippers. I'ma let you all know. If it's a giant emote, don't delete it. Don't delete it.
It's a Billy.
But
Coming right for us.
listen, floor grippers make me uncomfortable. Oh, it was small on your side? Oh, okay.
Cowboys is here for you.
Oh, here's a spicy totem. I'm gonna get rid of that. Can you distract him while I get rid of this spicy totem?
Cowboy up corner. Cowboy up corner.
Okay, I'm here for the save. Don't worry. Don't worry. And he completely missed. He's banned. He's banned. You got this. You
Welcome
got
in,
this.
though, friend. Welcome in.
You'll
It's good to see you.
too.
Region isn't graveyard, by the way.
Oh my! The scream just made me stop working on the totem. It's making me stop working on the totem.
Yes.
It's making me stop working on the totem, and it's a very slow. It's very slow. Someone else might. Oh, he's here. He's here. Someone else has got to get the totem. Someone else has got to get the totem where I just went down.
They have ruined.
If he was getting chainsaw, I wouldn't make it to the palace, so I was gonna jump in the lock.
I'm scared, fam.
I did not realize two of you were already down while I was working on that fucking totem.
I did. Like, I was just chilling on my generator. You know, it's like,
He's just gonna slug everybody. He's gonna slug.
Yep. Yep. Minnow, you should get somebody who's a little higher progressed on there. Well,
great game, guys. This is such a great game.
GG's.
I don't think my servers are any better.
Are we abandoning?
Yeah, I'm abandoning.
I am not.
He's leaving me on the ground.
I am not. No, when you guys abandon, your bots don't give up on the hook.
Too late
now. Is basement at shack? Yes, it is. I'm going to the basement. You can miss your skill checks though.
Yeah, but we can't get it. How fast we all went down.
Oh, is he in somebody's stream or did he just guess that I? Oh, he's WSing me. Okay, he's in somebody's stream. We love that. Riveting content.
Okay, so we just move forward.
Yep.
Yeah. That match never happened. I don't know what y'all talking about.
Nepo.
It's a video game. People take it too serious.
Nepo.
Yeah?
We're gonna talk about
Create chaos for
what
Cowboy,
happened.
perfectly fine. What do
Okay.
you mean?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So
We're
here's
gonna
what
have.
happened.
we're-
Okay,
we're
no,
gonna have-
let me say it from my POV. Okay, so
Okay.
when it happened, Minnow, and Shana, so
All
I
my
was there,
Discord peeps are pretty
right,
quiet. But
fighting
yeah,
for
they're
my
quieter
life.
than me for a reason.
There's a crazy,
It's intentional.
misformed man with a chainsaw coming for me.
It's intentional.
Zoned me. I was running to a pallet, and to my right, I see a locker. And I'm like, I'm not gonna make this pallet. He was blue chainsaw mode, man. I wasn't gonna make it. So I turn, and I jump into the locker. And guess what? I missed his chainsaw. But right next to that locker was a cowboy couch in it.
So, okay, let me go my point of view. Okay, I see Nepo. You know.
My point
he's
of
being
view is that
chased by
Cowboy's
this
not readying
murdering
up.
Killer. He's being chased by this murdering killer. I was creeping around. You know, I was gonna get the save. I was gonna get the save if you would
I mean,
down, like, because, you know.
We have people who have TTV in their name. I'm wearing a Twitch shirt.
No, okay.
If people want to stream snipe,
Okay.
they're gonna stream
Okay,
snipe.
yeah.
It's fine. It
Okay.
is what it is.
And like I was saying,
If that's how you want to win, that's on you.
You also said murdering killer.
Do what you gotta
What
do.
else do killers do?
I know.
So yes.
So I was hoping somebody would have.
I get eerie one-on killer without stream sniping.
So I'm creeping there, waiting. Like, okay, Nepo's about to go down.
But you do
He
what
has
you gotta
no other
do,
resources,
you know?
So he's gonna go down. I'm gonna get the save on him. Okay. So next to a locker, he's like getting chased. I thought he was gonna go to that pallet. He was gonna go down at the pallet, or near the pallet, and I would be able to get the save. Nope. I'm crouched next to a locker, and what does he do? He
It
jumps
says
in the
more about
locker
you
that
than
I'm
it does
crouched
about
next to.
the people you're playing
And
against.
yeah, instead of chainsaw, he chainsawed me instead.
You know what I'm hearing, Cowboy? A lack of communication to tell Nepo
That was.
yes.
What do you
Yeah,
mean,
that's
lack
what I
of
heard.
communication?
That's exactly what I heard.
literally told him I was right there, getting
I heard
ready
that
for it. Oh.
But
my-
did Nepo know that?
Yes, he knew it.
I don't think so.
That is wild. All right.
It's not like we're doing a serious
This is
escape
really
stream.
coming after me, and I feel quite targeted, and I've just had a really bad day, guys.
Mortals have
I'll
survived.
protect you, Nepo.
We're just goofing. We're just goofing. And if we happen to get one, great.
This group has escaped their nets, but still have to mourn those
You know?
who have been
I have
lost.
never known Nepo to ever shout on like ...
He just shadowed me! What do you mean?
Welcome back.
Keep that in mind.
Wild.
Why did you show up in my chat to laugh after that?
Got a cobbler on.
When this tale
I don't have very
Oh.
many cakes on Sable. She's got like 6 cakes, but I got lots of cobblers. It's because like she's already P100, so I wasn't really playing her during the.
Oh, I thought you were insinuating me.
It's a lich.
My DMs are closed, B. But
Well, I shouldn't have changed character.
I
Yeah.
Oh my god. Okay, so
Oh, what?
throwing.
Help!
I can
Thank you.
add you if you would like. Is your name
Merciless.
the same?
Where?
Wow.
Good luck. Good luck. Don't get got. There's a totem there.
Oh. I want to
Good
do
PP.
On Discord?
Something like that didn't happen.
Is there 2 mimics?
There's 2
I got
mimics.
Cowboy too.
Yes, there's 2 mimics.
How can all the tests be mimics? Is that a new bug?
I think
Feature?
me and Cowboy just need to be nicer to each other, and we won't get mimics. I think that's
good swing, sir.
Is that
the
how
game
that
is
works?
Giving us a reality check. Thank you. Yeah, there's no basement.
That's fine. Let's listen.
It could be
I hear
basement
people
girlies.
get
You just had a
shots
question?
down there.
I like being a basement.
Are you able to DM me here on Twitch? And I can... Oh, I was gonna go get Minnow. I wasn't paying attention. Just as like a reminder, and I can add you on Discord later. 'Cause otherwise I'm gonna forget.
You're doing a great job, Cowboy. Just keep that up.
I got you, I got you. I got you, Pookie.
Actually, wait, they changed it. Isn't it like 60 seconds now? Plus another person, close it down to like 45.
Okay, never mind.
Maybe. Seems to be going faster.
Do you guys want me to come down there?
If you wanted.
How far away are you?
I'm right outside Maine working on a gym. Oh, that was Pain Res though, so he knows where I'm at.
No! Oh, he's coming to basement! No! Get it! We did it!
We got it. We got it.
Leave!
I'm going.
Wait, why did he know to go to basement just then?
I screamed.
Oh.
Right to the end.
Pain Res brings to the end.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh boy.
Where's the entrance to the basement? Oh, I see it.
Yeah.
I feel like I should wait a minute because he's right here. Okay, I have elusive right now, so I'm going.
This is not my finest moments.
Dead hard.
You got hard on?
Hard on.
I'd like to apologize to everyone's community right now.
I'm elusive. I'm elusive. I'm elusive. Your health was at half?
Yeah, it's a new perk I got for her. I need to upgrade it.
Oh, okay.
5 gens.
Yeah,
Fun.
yeah.
Fun.
But you know what? We had fun in the basement.
I mean, Cowboy could play Sable if he wanted to be a part of the team. If he wanted to really be a part of the team, he could play Sable.
I could.
Mm-hmm. You could.
Swung at the window that he blocked.
I'm gonna put pressure on a different gen.
And boy, I Cap and Sticky Bear. I'll be over here.
I can see you from here. I will protect you.
You see me?
Well, sorta. I know you're behind the rocks over here.
Look at me.
This is not PR on my gen. Oh my god, he flies! I'm dead. I'm a dead girl.
Not a dead girl.
Dead girl.
Okay, I'm gonna save you, and you better save Minnow.
Ah,
you're
I've
dead.
got some hay bell.
Come to me! Come to me! I'm here!
I don't know where you are! Oh. Did he lose me?
You know, his aim with his balls is not very good.
Dad! I'm Meepo, Daddy!
Ah, god dang mimic! What the hell?
Are you good?
I'm back in Maine.
You want to talk about it?
Maine's moving, and so I can pop it.
I'm on a different gen, or I would.
Cowboy, are you still with me?
I'm on mill.
Oh, I think I'm dead
Oh,
here.
you want me to save you? I got you.
It's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. It's okay. You don't make it, you don't make it, you don't make it. Just go live, laugh, love somewhere.
Go live, laugh, love.
And he knows they have.
Oh, I just got hit with
What
friends.
do I have? Dead heart.
Unfortunately, this is the direction that I was running, so I'm so sorry.
Oh.
He's probably bringing me to that hook. No, he's bringing me to a different one. Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, he turned back that way, so he knows you're there. Oh, he's going main, though. He's going toward Cowboy?
No, it didn't.
I have resurgence.
He's on the Cowboy, I'm on the main jet. And then Minnow's moving too, which had a good bit of progress.
Yeah.
I'm on main.
I'm gonna get on 2.
I can't save Cowboy. Might be it. Cowboy move.
Daddy Vecna. Zombies is
moving,
excited.
Nope, I'm on a pallet. Okay, you guys are 10 miles away. Never mind.
Okay, who's gonna get yell next? Whoever yells, if either of us yell.
It's me again.
Every time you crouch down, I think you're asking for heals, and I'm like, I can't heal you. I can't give you back rubs. I need this hit.
Well, I'm saying, we can pressure another Gen 2, but I don't know, I'm just locked in.
Here, I started one over here. I'll go do it.
Did you? I was
Yeah.
gonna, I don't know, I just panicked. I feel like it was dead, right? I see them over there. We're good. Run main if you can't stay away from hill.
Even with basement there?
We run forever. Go, yeah, that way. Run now. Get away from this.
We're top.
Yeah, we are. Jen or do I get saved? What do I do?
Get the Jen.
You got saved?
No, I'm in chains. But I'm near the hook right now, so just get the generator.
Okay. I'm saving.
That's where I'm at.
Fine. Run to the Jen. You go Jen. Oh, you go Jen. I take Chase. You get out.
What gen am I going to?
I panic. It's over at 1 o'clock. Go to midnight. It's by 2. Go to midnight.
Oh my god, I just screamed. He knows exactly where I am.
Yeah,
I can't get him. Run. I'm running behind him. He's coming to you. He's literally here. Just run.
I should have not touched the gen and I would have DS. Just get hatched. Nope. I died as fast as I could.
No, don't do it. No. Don't do it. No. I've almost recovered. Please. No. I get up and dead hard, right?
Get up, dead hard.
This me now. That was the funniest thing ever.
He's dancing with you.
Like the ballerina. Is he gonna worry me or hat? I'm sensitive. The one true real Vecna.
He's the original.
Start looking at every bat. Oh, you must be a wiggle.
Unless you can help find the hatch.
Oh, he's saying no. He's shaking his head.
Yeah.
You could just finish the gen and open the door. Did you look inside main?
Oh, it could be in. He's gonna down just a second. I'm scared!
Next to Shack, maybe?
You and I don't know. No. I don't know anymore. I don't know what I'm very I hear it.
Oh.
Please don't do it. Please don't do it. Please don't do it. Thank you. Thank you. That was the most stressful hatch of my life.
I totally thought he was gonna moor you on top of it too.
I thought so too.
Thank you.
I know you would have done it, Eli. We all know you would have done it.
Fantastic.
We all know you would have done it. Cowboy,
I definitely
I need you to play safe.
I said most of us, so you guys can decide who's trash and who's not.
Oh, I'm trash.
I'm the potato. though Shana says I'm not. Maybe I just want to be a potato.
Wait a second.
Plus, everyone likes potatoes.
Well, good luck next game.
I'm not readying up until Cowboy plays Sable.
Oh.
Crazy.
Sable Cowboy. You know you want
Okay, wait. Hear me out. Hear me out, okay? Hear me out. Everybody get their build set up. We switch to a different character, and then on like the last like 3 or 4 seconds, we switch to Sable.
Okay.
Okay.
That works.
Let me see. Hold on. I need to level up my
Okay. ไม่มีโรงละครน่าขน
10
ลุกแล้วล่ะ
seconds. We switch.
Yeah, at 10. I don't have any takes left on her.
Solvin has blamed Shana.
Yeah, so I'll do one
Shana
more
has
take
rained
and then
terror
I'll
upon
switch
us.
item
Thus,
or switch.
she must be blamed forever and always.
My resurgence
Josephinessen has blamed Shana. Shana has rained terror upon us. Thus, she must be blamed forever and always.
Wait, why am I being blamed?
Driscolley64 TD has blamed Shana. Shana has rained terror upon us.
Shana, what did
Thus,
you do?
she must
I don't
be
know, what am I
blamed
being
forever
blamed
and
for?
always.
Why is everyone V now?
Because V is cute! Here, I can be Taeyong with you.
I just thought it was funny. I popped out like, what the fuck?
There.
What am I being blamed for?
What did you do?
Because why?
It's like, go Sable freak out.
I'm so confused. Out of nowhere, everybody just started blaming me. I'm just minding my business.
Shana, what did you do?
I don't know. I'm just sitting here. I was spacing out, thinking about life. I don't even know. No. This is not okay.
Okay, I have to lock
I
in
need
and
to
get
fix
ready
my
to
emote
play
on
Sable.
that. Me too. And then I need to fix
At
my
10
emote on
seconds.
that.
At 10 seconds? Okay. And watch
Exactly
the clock like
10
a hawk.
seconds.
I'm scared that my reaction time's gonna be too slow.
No, we all
I
got
don't
it.
know.
30, 29, 28, 27, 26, 25, 24, 23, 22, 21, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10. Now. Nepo!
Nepo! You got a problem with that, JoJo? You got a problem with that?
It was like a full 20-second countdown, too.
Listen, JoJo, I got things to do.
Nepo,
okay?
what
That can't be
happened?
lasting forever.
Hello?
Nepo, what happened?
I don't know.
There was a 20-second countdown.
I'm not in the game anymore.
Wait, what?
What?
Oh no.
Okay, so we're all gonna probably DC, maybe?
Yeah, most
Yeah.
likely. It was Nepo's idea, and he left.
We were all staring at your Taeyong like,
Yeah.
hello?
I'm not even connecting to a map. I think I'm gonna get DC.
Yeah, we're gonna get DC.
Yeah.
I'm loading back in, but I got deafened for a second.
Well, eventually we'll get the DC. I don't
Maybe.
think it's server maintenance, but I don't know, maybe.
Someday we'll get a DC. Maybe.
There we go. It's like the game knew that we didn't have 4 sables.
Singularity, thank God. Running Rancor, too.
Oh! Yikes.
Dodged a bullet.
That would have been rough.
That really would have,
That would have been rough.
Okay. Let's try this again.
Sam?
All right, you ready, Nepo?
Oh, he's deafened.
Okay, I fixed it too. How about this? Suckers.
Okay, we're changing to Sable, right?
Yeah. I'll start counting down when it gets closer.
Okay, that helps, because I'm scared I'm gonna mess it up.
Is Nepo deafened?
Yeah.
Yes, he is. Okay. Well, hopefully
Worst
he's
time
paying
to be
attention. $15, $14, $13, $12, $11, $10. Go.
Nice.
Very good. Very nice.
I hope the killer's like, oh, fuck. What did I get into? We're gonna make the killer scared.
I hope this is a killer who participated in Tunnel All Sables Day. And that we all get out.
We got this. Through the power of friendship. Oh god, I hate this map.
It's Jason.
We gotta get a gen done inside if somebody can work on that.
I'm gonna go inside. I'm gonna go inside. I just gotta get there. I'm sneaking.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try and go to the library and work on a gen in the library. That's like my sweet spot.
Try to help Nepo here.
Oh, my red clip.
Go into basement. He's running a Star Truck.
Yep, I just got it started. Oh, he has Dead Man Switch?
He's still by base. going to my...
Alright, my Starstruck is off. I can go for pool.
Okay, I'm in the library.
God,
He's probably gonna come back. I'm on 3. What gen are you on?
The one in the library.
He's at shack right now.
Thank you for the lurk day.
I felt that in my soul. I'm at the pallet. I'm at the pallet.
Go to the other side. Other side.
Uh-oh, we lost Nepo.
Oh, that's Nepo.
I'm exposed.
Yeah, it's Starstruck. Yeah, he's going first, guys.
I'm at the other gin in Maine that's at the bottom of the stairs.
I got the unhooked here.
As long as the bot keeps distracting the killer.
You know, that's fine.
You like my fit?
Yeah, it's
I'm gonna try and not be in terror radius so that way I don't get starstruck again.
Okay.
Drop. What?
Oh.
I'm trying to make my way back over to Jen at 10.
Why did he leave the bot?
I have no idea.
I've got TR, but I don't know if it's inside or above me.
I don't see him.
He's looking for me then.
Are you still downstairs?
Yeah.
He's on me?
Okay, I'll get the bot.
Hey, wait, a paddle?
Pain res, pain res.
Anybody alive on him?
Find me. Look for me.
Okay. Is the bot coming for you, Minnow?
I think so. They just teleported up. Yeah, they are.
Okay. I'm on the dungeon, Jen.
What the? The bot literally ran by me and then was like, oh, I get it.
He's on me. the bot's gonna save me?
I'm close to you.
I tried to get the bot to heal me, but she ran away. Oh, he's back on me. This is unfortunate. Fuck.
I got starstruck over here.
Were you in the terror radius? Yeah. Aw, Crescent, that's so sweet. Thank you. I appreciate you guys being here. I really do. Even if it's like, you know, just lurking or chatting or like literally anything. Whatever you guys are doing, I appreciate it.
We have 2 gens downstairs. And 1 upstairs. I think at Shack. Oh, opposite of Shack at 4.
Me?
I'm gonna double with you, Cowboy.
Ooh, okay.
I love your face, Cynical.
How did that? Oh no! He's staring at me. Oh, he's luring me.
Oh. So force DS in a locker if you have it.
I got burnt to a crisp.
Trying to be quiet so he doesn't find me.
Did we get any gens done inside?
Yeah, I got the one in the library done.
Okay. Good.
I tried to get another one done, but I couldn't. Were you just looking at Minnow's body? Is he gonna pick up the bot or leave her? I'm exposed. Do I sneak and go save the bot? I think I do. Am I gonna make it?
This is what makes Jason so boring, this type of game. Where is he?
I don't see him. I think he's downstairs. Bot's gonna die. Oh, he's on you?
Yeah, he's on me.
Okay, I'm going inside. And I'm exposed.
Just hide. I'm kill myself on hook.
Oh shit. He's on me. I'm dead. Boring.
That was so boring. That game was so boring.
I need to take a quick bathroom break.
Yes, of course.
Okay. Alright, I'll be right back. Alright, I'm gonna put you guys in the BRB screen. If you guys want to drop, play some Warzone stream, exclamation point drop, plus your favorite emote while we're over there. Behave yourselves. And I will be right back. Okay? Be good.
I just had a deja vu. Yum.
like that. And it'll recognize, and you make sure recognize current map is clicked on.
Okay.
I'm
Then
back.
as long as you have this up and you're not tabbed out, make sure you're not tabbed out before the game loads in, or it won't recognize the map. So you want to not be tabbed out.
Okay, that makes sense.
The message Nepo. I don't know if his internet went out or what.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
It's so useful. Like, I don't even have to like do anything. The map automatically pops up on my top left of my screen.
Yeah, that's like super nice.
Vodka take over stream? Oh my gosh.
Like, Nepo uses it, Shana uses it.
Yeah, I feel like I've been working harder. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know, Leigh. I don't know.
Is Nepo coming back?
I am finding out. I'm finding out.
Oh, okay, okay.
Chaotic Chris just subscribed for free with Prime.
Chris, thank you so much for the Prime. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. I know you only get one of those a month, so thank you for using it on me. I'm doing well. How are you doing today? How are you doing today, Chris? It's good to see you. It's good to see you, friendo. Welcome in. Oh, vodka's choking on her food. No big deal.
Alright, we're gonna have a better killer this time. It's gonna go great.
Absolutely.
This map is hit or miss sometimes.
If Nepo doesn't come back, Leigh wants to know if he can join.
Of course. I like playing with Leigh.
That's fine.
It's Blight.
It sure is.
It's ping pong.
Blight is running around like 3-4 right now.
Yeah, he's in mid area.
Yeah.
Thrilling.
I will get that hydrate in a moment. Oh, I'm communing with my glyph. Just a moment. Hopefully he respects it. He did not respect it, but I got it done anyway.
Came back to look. Okay. We're resetting upstairs in the
What have you been up to, Chris? What shenanigans you been causing? Unfortunately, that was a terrible chase for me. That was a terrible chase for me. Let's not talk about it. Guys, I could take a chance. Do you think I can do it? What do we think? Place your bets.
I say go for it.
Okay. Aw.
Well, I got you.
You tried to motivate me so hard.
Thank you, Minnow.
You're welcome. The 3 gens are like where the killer's at.
Yeah, I'm gonna get on this gen right here.
Okay.
Oh, that cowboy's running right by.
So sorry.
Cowboy Baggins over here. How games been? You know, we've had a few decent games, but for the most part, we've had a lot of tunneling. And by that I mean, I've been tunneled a lot. Like, hard tunneled a lot. It's been a little rough tonight. It's been a little rough tonight, and I don't even know why. I don't even know why. That was grim.
Yeah. Oh.
I'm going for cowboy.
Right there.
I got you, cowboy. He's probably gonna come straight back here. I don't know that healing here is a good idea.
It's fine. It's fine.
No, it's not.
Yeah, he's going directly to you.
I was gonna say, if you want to heal, we should probably come up here.
Over by you. Is on.
Because if he wants to waste his time coming up here, that's on him.
I don't know what our other arenas are.
You missed. Oh, I thought he was close enough that that would hit him. It was not! Oh, God! I did the best I could, you guys. Holy moly. Oh, nobody's gonna be near me. I ran him as far away as I could for a reason. Everybody's like equidistant away. Cowboy's in chase, so. Hi, Cammy, welcome in. How are you tonight? It's good to see you.
Cammy Camp just traded with 9 views.
You feel that, Chris? Were you playing tonight too? Guys, if you're not already following Cammy, there's a button popping up at the top of your screen that you need to hug right now. Please go share some love with Cammy. Cammy is wonderful. You guys will absolutely adore him. He plays at Caffeinated by Daylight as well as other games. And he is really, really good. Really, really good. P100 artist, P100 nurse.
I need Grim Embrace to stop taking over my
And he'll play Survivor as well. But he's fantastic. You guys will love him. You've never seen a more calm and collected killer main. Games have been really, really sweaty tonight, Cammy. I've been tunneled almost every single game.
Still near me,
I lost TR, so I'm gonna just full send it over to you.
It's been crazy. How was Photomalie? How was Photomalie? Tell me about it. Welcome in, Neji. Oh. Did some killer and then
gosh.
survivor? Heck yeah. Who are you playing on killer tonight? Oh my god. I was about to get on that gen. Just gonna wait patiently.
Sorry, I let your flashlight and save go
No,
to waste.
no.
It's okay. It's okay.
Sorry. I just, for some reason, I'm getting stuck on every rock possible.
It happens. I'm right here. I should be able to save you.
Okay.
I'm dead here, so I have to get an
cowboy.
instant pull here. And fucking
That's okay. That's okay. He's probably mad because I had him for so long earlier.
No, he chose violence. He chose violence. He wants me.
Oh boy.
Okay.
He wants me.
You got this.
Good swing, bud. Good swing. Good form.
He's been kind of rough lately. I've been checking out other games. Yeah, it has. Oh! Good lord! Well, I'm dead. Goodbye, cruel world.
Goodbye, cruel world.
Yes, it has.
Oh.
Yes, it has. I don't know. I don't know what,
Why
like,
is this person? Why?
I haven't had a whole lot of trouble until tonight. Like, I don't know. I know, Kimmy, I don't know your feelings. I don't know your feelings, because I don't think we've really discussed it, but I understand, in my opinion, and I know you play killer, you know that I play killer. You play a lot more killer than me, obviously. But camping and tunneling and slugging, you know, all these things are strategies, right? And I think there's a time and a place for them. There's a time and a place for them. I personally don't support tunneling at 5 gens for any reason ever. Unless your survivors are being like hella toxic and like, you know, doing some bullying kind of behavior.
Yeah, exactly. Just wait till Michaela dies.
There's no reason for it, you know? At least I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think it's fun for anybody. I don't think it's fun for anybody.
Nightmare, nightmare, nightmare,
And that's my opinion.
nightmare, nightmare, nightmare.
Oh, he's right there.
Yeah, I'll tunnel or slug at 5 gens if the survivors are being toxic or just in my face right at the beginning. Exactly, exactly. If they're being toxic is the big thing, or super in your face. But that's the thing.
Wild.
That's the thing. But to do it just for no reason at all is a totally different thing. It's a totally different thing. And it's been happening so much. It's been happening
Not again.
so much. Like, exactly, goodbye cruel world, yeah. Like, and I just don't understand it. I just don't understand it. You know? Also flip on being friendly if any of the survivors die on hook, because I don't camp hooks ever. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Like if I'm just going for like a friendly game as killer and goofing and they let somebody die on hook, I'm like, oh hell no. Right? but I don't know. It's certainly been frustrating. Oh yes, Leigh, if you want to join us, you're more than welcome. I think Nepo's gotten a little busy. What's your name right now, Leigh? I don't know what Leigh's name is right now, so I'm asking. Leigh changes his name all the time, you know.
Yeah, there's a few names that stand out here.
I'm gonna say this before I join for Minnow. Do not open my Steam if your stream can see it.
His name is Slow on Meth.
It's already on my stream. I have the friend list open.
Don't open your Steam.
Oh, Steam.
Like your Steam profile.
Yeah.
What's on?
Almost got canceled.
What's on your Steam profile, Leigh?
He didn't warn me. He warned you guys. He didn't warn me.
I know. Now I'm looking.
Hold on, I want to look. I'm putting on just chatting. You guys don't get to see. I do. I do.
You all should know how this goes. But if anyone is
Seriously though, guys, go follow Cammy. You guys will love Cammy.
let me help
Oh,
explain what's
that's not against TOS. You can't see nothing.
inside this fine
I've seen a lot
establishment
worse.
that is known as the Kyoto Hour. This establishment
Oh, I
has
should
been
leave my
running
comment
for
on Minnow's page. I left it on several other people's. Hold on.
and is still going strong today.
Sorry, and you're waiting on me.
Enjoy
Yeah, yeah, you'll see.
with some drinks, some smokes, some vapes, whatever it is you need to reach that
That is true.
certain
Twitch can be
level
weird.
of ecstasy.
It can, yeah. You're not
Back,
wrong.
back.
Is legal
It's better to be safe than
and
sorry.
not
'Cause you
X-rated.
never know.
When are you doing your next stream, Cammy? I'll get those vodka snacks in a minute. Why did the music stop? Hello? Copy.
So with all that said, I give to you the home stretch
y'all mind if I add Leigh to the-
of the Kyoto Hour.
I don't mind. Or we could just go to my Discord.
Oh, that is true too. Yeah, we could.
Yeah, we can.
All right, I commented on your profile.
I'm gonna switch over.
If you'd like to see.
Look. Okay. I'll see you over in your Discord.
Get on your knees.
Bye-bye.
Stuff is definitely still echoing.
Oh, hell yeah.
Guys, Cowboy said
Yeah,
he's
law.
gonna sandbag me. We're at the call.
Oh, that's not surprising, yeah.
Yeah.
Hold on. Hive out. He
I believe
literally
it.
Just said he's gonna tunnel me and slug me.
Seeing as we're on this screen.
Crazy
True,
word.
true.
I don't
Vodka,
stand
can get some
back body
snackies.
purposely.
I love the comment, Shana. That's funny. I like that that's my first one, too.
It's a very important one. It's a very important lesson. So, I hope you learned it.
So if I drop the shack palette, is that what's gonna happen?
Yes, but if you want them anyway, just ask nicely.
Okay. So chat, we're gonna go find Shack and drop some pallets.
I saw they added a new ghost in Phasmophobia. Yes, it's actually a really cool ghost too, Cammy. It's really cool. We are gonna have to play some Phasmo together sometime.
Okay, he's not running light.
Maybe one night you and I can do like a Phasmo / DVD night and play both.
He came out blinded and was like, "Oh, Sable, was it you
When
who blinded me?"
2v8 comes out,
Yes, it was. It was that
we
thing.
should do.
A flashlight with the toolbox.
some killer together. Yeah. I saw that they made changes to Lights Out and Chaos Shuffle though. And I'm not sure about the changes with Lights Out. Chaos Shuffle I don't mind. But the Lights Out one, I'm not sure about the changes. I mean, this is a pretty good one to knock out, so tag teaming, it's not a bad idea. I just want a fucking dildo. How about that? Was that JoJo? Yeah. Thank you, JoJo. Thank you. Thank you, JoJo.
That? Okay. You were late.
Who banged me? Dakota, thank you for banging me. It was good for me. I hope it was good for you.
He's over there.
I will not be touching Lights Out. The survivors being able to have base kit windows ruins the whole point of Lights Out. See, that was my thought too, which is disappointing because I was on like a DVD break during the first run of Lights Out, so I didn't really play. Hello. I timed that poorly, which is unfortunate. Oh. I don't think he's chasing me anymore.
No, he's on me.
Oh.
Oh my god!
Well, he lost.
That zombie wanted to be part of the party.
Oh my god, they're both here.
Now what the hell?
God, we're all running over here.
The zombie was like, 3's company, 5's a party.
I keep thinking he sees me and then he just walks away.
I twicked him. I twicked him. He thought I was gonna vault the window. I didn't. Run! Run to Cowboy! What do you mean?
That's terrible.
Listen, I'm not Cowboy Jr., okay?
It's terrible that
I am the real Cowboy, which is why I'm not running to Cowboy.
That's wild, Minnow.
Yeah, that was exactly my thought though, Cammy. But it's unfortunate because I was really looking forward to actually being able to play it. And I don't know. Maybe if enough people complain about it, they'll change it back.
Yeah, that's a bad spot to
New Ghost, nice, yeah, nice name, right? Roleplay as the devil angel on Cowboy Shooter, tempting / preventing his sandbags.
oh, y'all did.
Do that. Could do that, okay.
Oh.
He's got to be in chase though. So I'll have to keep an eye on when
How
he's
is
in
that not
chase
in
or
his
not.
face?
That should have gone up.
I've gotten some weird ass angles.
I'm gonna sound like I'm like
that like was like right there. How was that not?
having
Like, that's
multiple
weird.
personalities or something though, which is funny. A sniper, enjoy your morning mocha. Welcome in. Oh, sorry. We ran into the wall. Why did I say sorry for that? I don't even know.
Going back.
What the? Tunneling? I mean, he wants.
But yeah, we should definitely plan something for 2v8 if you're down. If you're down, Cammy.
Ah, I think he knows. He's on me.
Maybe Chaos Shuffle too. That would be really fun.
Get wrecked. Get wrecked, nerd.
He left me.
DC?
I've been lurking for hours. Did you miss me? I always miss you, Whippy. Life without Whippy is like life without whipped cream and tacos.
Okay, now he's moving after I just spanked his ass a million times.
Just spank it real good. Cowboy, you know you want a sandbag. You know you want a sandbag. No, don't do it, Cowboy. Don't do it.
Gosh, dang it.
He's no longer in chase.
I love when someone tries to pick you up and then they end up vaulting. He's so mad at me.
Damn.
Dang. That would have been extra juicy if that happened. Because he's already pissed.
Don't you dare compare Whippy to whipped cream. Why not? I think he's on Leigh.
Yeah.
I will get the save.
Oh, that quick gambit. Don't get hit, Leigh. You got quick gambit. Wait till I finish.
I went against a nurse tonight and was super excited because nobody ever plays her. Wait, I love that. One of these days, Yami,
Hey!
I'm gonna need you
Really mad about that DM.
to either sit in on my nurse gameplay or go against me as nurse so you can give me some tips, or maybe both or something.
I mean, you shouldn't tunnel.
Seriously? That's it.
Oh, now he's hitting me because I saved you.
He's gonna be really mad.
He's
Somebody go to
salty.
the other door.
Oh, I missed my skill check. I'll hit the rest of them, don't worry. Oh, there's a zombie visiting me. Hi, zombie. Owl, welcome in. How are you? Yeah, he's just saying hello.
I'll take a break.
Oh, this isn't the gate that's open.
No, it's the other one.
It's the other side.
It's fine. It's fine. He's gonna camp me, so just get that gate open.
Okay.
He's gonna try to take me far away.
I gotta mend.
He's gonna take me to the same hook.
Is he camping?
Oh yeah, he's blocking his zombie. He's on me, so so reset.
Why is it
get that
creepier with the
door
echo?
open.
I don't know.
And hitting me on hook too.
Hopefully by next week I can figure out the whole echo thing. Thank you. Alright, where's Minnow?
I'm next to Leigh.
Okay.
Did you get that door open? He's
Yeah,
hitting me
yeah.
on hook with you.
Yeah, it's open.
One person takes hit, runs away while the other one.
I'm going in.
Got it.
Oh, Minnow, no! Crawl, Minnow, crawl.
Stop crawling. No! Oh, let's go! I'm running for my life!
We're here, we're here, we're here. Go, 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 go. Go, go, go.
You're good. Get out.
Lee's probably teabagging him. Leigh said no one can see me, I'm gonna teabag him.
Not the moonwalk out of the map. Oh, so salty of a killer. And still survived. Let's go.
That's right. And why did you survive?
Because of Shana and Leigh.
Alright, I'm out of here.
I just realized saying their names in that order, it's like Shana's Twitch name.
Ah!
Right, Eli? No love.
Jeffrey!
And because of...
Jeffrey with a 7-stream streak. You guys better close your eyes. There's a Nikki Jeffrey in the chat. Let's go. Hi, Jeffrey. You guys go follow Jeffrey if you haven't.
That's wild. I get no...
Oh my god.
Yes, cowboy.
Guys, guess what we just finally did? Guess what we just finally did?
Well, what?
Welcome back.
We have one on our escape streak.
Yeah.
You're right.
Let's go! More than
About this.
we had at least 3 of us get out finally. Let's go!
I'm happy we got all 4 of us out against that killer.
Oh, that's fucking hilarious. That's fucking hilarious.
Cowboy last in line. Exactly.
Jeffrey
you did
is
it.
hot. Pass it on. All right, so I will continue the Devil Angel thing on this one because I started it kind of late and I think I only got to do it for 1 chase and barely. Jeffrey's a hot bingo winner. Pass it on.
Nightmare, 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 nightmare,
Hi,
nightmare,
Jeffrey.
nightmare.
Hi, Jeffrey.
That killer was just being overly toxic for no reason.
Yeah.
He was a little bit
Yeah.
salty. You know, it happens. It happens. It's okay. We all get salty sometimes.
Yeah.
I
don't
get salty.
I don't punch survivors on hook though. I'm not that level of salty.
Repeatedly, like non-stop.
Yeah.
Like he was hitting me on hook repeatedly.
You want an ice cream? I want an ice cream.
Oh my god, Toba again?
Your brain wouldn't let you go to bed, Jeffrey. That's not good. We gotta work on that. I hate this map so much. It doesn't matter whether I'm on Killer or Survivor. I just... Every time I'm here, I'm so overstimulated. And it sucks because it's so pretty. Oh, it's a nurse?
Who is it?
It's the windshield wiper nurse.
Right?
It's the windshield wiper nurse.
Oh, it's a nurse.
I haven't gone against a nurse in a while.
Cammie's so excited right now. Wait, Cammie, tell me this isn't you, actually. Secretly. Cammie.
Is Cammie a nurse main?
Cammie's a nurse and an artist main, P100.
Ooh, artist, let's go. I love artists.
Ugh. The only
Me
time
too.
I'll enjoy going against all artists is if she has a little skin, that's it.
I love going against artists, period.
Same.
No, not me. I don't like my loose skin at all.
You just gotta get good.
Yeah.
That is wild.
It's a skill issue, cowboy. They're running that nurse skin where she sounds like a Frenchie barking though. Ghosty determined that it's like windshield wipers where you forgot to add fluid. And I'm on board with that because it's absolutely correct.
I haven't seen a killer yet, so I don't know.
Oh, hold on, let me get my glyph. Alright, now I'll save you. The only reason she got me is because I had to get my glyph. I ran right into her.
It's gonna be pain-wise.
Hooking now. They're nerfing Nowhere to Hide, and that's the base kit for my nurse. I know. When they called out the Nowhere to Hide nurse on stream yesterday, I was like, I feel targeted. I feel targeted right now. What do you mean? Because that's what I run on my nurse too, Cammie. I was like, how dare you? How dare you?
I mean, they're nerfing.
They're just boxing. They're holding it, I guess.
Then they're nerfing a lot of good. They're nerfing sprint burst.
The 3 gens
Vigil.
spread out.
But they're nerfing a lot of stuff on both sides and just changing stuff in general. So, you know. It's both sides. It's not just the killers that are having things change. It's the survivors too, so.
Oh, she's on me. Cowboy, go for safe.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right, Cammie.
I did that.
I think there's a lot of things that need changed, to be fair. I think NoEd needs changed, but I didn't see that on the list, unfortunately. Wow, solo queue is so much fun, you guys.
NoEd doesn't need change.
I hate NoEd.
They already changed NoEd.
I hate NoEd.
I thought it was just Nowhere to Hide that was changing.
No, that's what I'm saying. They're not changing NoEd, and I wish they would because I hate it.
Oh, okay. I
We're
misunderstood.
little
My bad.
3 gens.
The 3 gens are. I don't know where.
It's
Well,
main in front of main stairs.
Somebody going front hook or?
I can't. I'm in chase.
Because I get 2 turns around.
I refuse to use NoEd because I feel like it's a cheap perk that I don't need.
Where are you, Shana?
She left me. She left me. I just saw. Wait, that was that minnow that I just saw going to main? I think so.
Yes.
Okay. I'm behind main.
I think Cowboy's going. No, Cowboy's on Lee's going.
I'm at the tunnel that goes under main. If you can come heal me.
They're going back to gyms.
Okay. She's on me.
I will leave my tunnel under main. Oh, hi.
Alright, I'll pull her away from you.
Nurse should get 10 blinks. I think that's very. Imagine. Oh my god. That would be insane.
I was trying to take the hit for you.
I know. I could. Like, this time I actually got stuck on the rock and I literally could not move.
Wondering what happened.
I was like lagging in the rock. I was like,
They can't get Noah if there's no totems. That's true, but you spend so much time even with counterforce. So.
Yeah, but this time around, like, the totem lights up for you. It used to never be like that.
Only if you're like near it, though.
Yeah, well.
And killers can camp it, like with people on the hook, and I don't know.
Yeah. Coming back to hook. Let's reset. Who do I hear whining?
Me.
I'm here for you guys.
I'm gonna go help.
Have a
Leigh.
good night, Jag.
You hear me. I got light footage, so the killer can't hear me.
That's right. Sandbag Leigh.
Coming this way. Coming this way. Coming this way.
Oh, let's go heal somewhere else.
Jen, are you on me?
Wait, where'd you go?
Like,
Oh.
I just.
Back, right? Yeah, straight ahead of you.
She's picking Minnow.
Yeah. GG's.
We get this done though.
Okay, I will try and find a gate. I was nowhere near a gate. I love that for me.
Nightmare, 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 nightmare.
Oh, she ran right by me?
Nightmare.
And by ran, I mean floated.
There's like
And go towards Leigh.
they're just gonna watch me. They're just sitting on top of me.
Are you serious?
Yeah, okay, thank you.
8 blinks and increase the blink distance by 90%. You would just be all over the damn map so fast. That'd be crazy. Where are you, Cowboy? You're out? Okay.
Yeah.
So there's 2 people getting out counts of out or?
You know what?
What's that?
I'm counting 2 as an
tie.
out. I'm counting 2.
I will accept that. 2 out.
I'm counting 2 because we're goofing. And it's not serious. 2 is our win con.
It's not sweaty with friends. It's just
2 is our
surviving
win
friends.
con. Can they give us Haddonfield back and take Toba? Oh my god, please. That would be amazing.
Yes. I miss Haddonfield.
I hate Toba so much. Hi, Uvu.
Yeah, I really miss Haddonfield.
Yeah, Haddonfield was a fun map. I know that, like, it had its issues, like every map, but...
Yeah. It felt like there just weren't as many maps to play on after they took out Haddonfield. Like, I know there's a lot of map options, but I'm just like, I don't know. I could tell a map was missing.
I feel like there's so many cool ideas for maps, too, that they could add that aren't, like, high or heavy lift to add to the game.
Yeah.
I don't know why they don't... Instead of focusing on adding more survivors and killers, focus on adding different map variations, you know?
Yeah, I agree.
One of the swamp variants are disabled right now, and I still managed to get the other one a few times tonight. I want to see more maps like the Trickster map. Yes, I know that a lot of people don't like the new Trickster map, but I really like the new Trickster map. I think it's really cool. I think it's really cool.
I like how interactive it is.
Yeah. And
Like,
I think it's a
setting
lot
up
of
the
fun to play
fireworks and
on.
stuff.
I think it's a lot of fun to play on, like whether I'm on Survivor or Killer. And yeah, when you're against certain killers, it's really tough. Or when you're playing certain killers, it's really tough. But in general, I have a lot of fun on that map. So
I do too. I get really excited when I queue it. It's pretty
Yeah.
to look at. It's a big map, and like,
Mhm.
I don't know. Like, yeah, I agree with everything you said. Certain killers, it
Yeah.
kind of sucks to play like on that map, but overall, I think it's fun on both sides.
Yeah. If I see one more corn map added,
no,
I'll uninstall forever.
terrible
No,
for
I'm
Survivor.
so... See, I don't think so. I have a lot of fun on it on Survivor.
It's a blight.
90% of pallets are just gonna die on. What the fuck?
I'm
He
over
chose
the
me.
corn
He
maps.
has a hex totem
I
right
turned
near
her-
me, by the way.
I turned her
Where did you
around
go?
and
Where'd you
she
go?
was
Cowboy, where'd you go? You said right near me, but I don't know where you are.
Yes. I'm on 9999.
I'll get it. I've got counterforce, so let me get it.
Left me? It's just crazy.
He's right here. He knows we want the totem. Oh, nope. Damn.
I mean, that was still pretty good. We're almost done with one of these generators. Probably would have been if I hadn't missed this yet.
Hooking now.
I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say it's
It might be Devour. You wanna heal
To be
me?
honest, I forgot to look and see what it said.
Leigh. Leigh, I've got resurgence. That's true. Counterforce and flow state go really well together. I'll get it. I'll get it.
Okay, you got me down. You got it?
It's a little slow. So there's gonna be an there's gonna be another
So it's thrill of the hunt.
there's gonna be another hex somewhere.
Should get that done though.
I'm trying. I'm like
Maybe
3/4.
not. He's going right. No, he's not going to you. You should be good.
Wait, maybe it is ruined.
Okay, I see where another hex is. Or just another totem. You've got Cowboy? I'm gonna go for that other totem and see if it's... Alright, I'm elusive.
I don't know what he just swung at there.
It was over here somewhere.
He went crazy over nothing over there.
I don't know what he was doing. He's going for the full tunnel out though.
Okay, that's not
Oh, I
spicy,
should
but
take a
I'll get it.
protection hit, but my bad. I ran the other way.
No, you're fine. You're fine. You're fine. I got a fucking nice little tile here I can play around.
Okay.
Good swing, bud.
I
knew you
hope
wanted
so.
to hit that.
I hope so, Cammy. Over there.
He's gonna get me here. Fuck. Mistime that. Fuck.
You know what? I'll just get this one.
I can go for save.
Lee's got me. Lee's got
It's
me.
in here.
Okay.
He's coming fucking back.
May I get you? I lost track how many I've cleansed so far. I don't know if it's, I think it's 4, maybe. I might as well go get that last totem just to make sure it's not spicy.
Might as well.
Yeah.
Oh, he's right here. He's on me.
Oh, there is?
Yeah. But basement's also here, so.
He did not pursue me.
He's going inside shack.
Is he?
I just heard him by shack.
No, he just ran around.
Is it not over here? Oh, it's right there.
He's
Now
by
he is.
shack, yeah.
No, he's not. He left shack. Okay.
What a weirdo.
Okay,
Right?
it's not spicy, but I'm gonna get rid of it just in case it's no-ed.
No Ed, yeah.
Yeah, good call.
And that's all his totems gone.
Shack fell down.
Came right to me.
Oh, okay. He just ran right through, like.
Why is he tunneling?
I honestly thought he was gonna go for the. Now I wasted the pallet. My bad.
Cowboy, sandbag, sandbag Leigh, sandbag Leigh. No, Cowboy, Cowboy, don't do it. Cowboy, don't do it. Be good.
Sorry, guys.
Wow!
I'm on that hook here. I heard voices in my head. I am so sorry. I heard voices in my head. There was 2 different voices. I had to listen to one of them.
A devil and an angel, right? I've heard about those.
Oh, I hate chlorophobia. Get him away from here.
I was so confused. I didn't know what was going on.
Also weird how there isn't a token counter on Counterforce. Yeah, it is a little weird, isn't it?
He knows where I am at.
He's got a tracker on you.
Alright, you left me? Can you heal me real quick?
Oh.
Shit, no, he's coming back.
I can take it because I haven't I can take another hook, so. Oh, it's slow. I don't know about healing you real quick. It's such a slow heal. Okay.
Why did I scream?
Infectious.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay, I like pain.
You might want to leave. It's okay.
Is he coming back to you, Leigh?
That's okay. I like it too.
He's not picking you up?
Nope. He's on me right now. Which sucks because that shouldn't have so much progress.
Which one? Which one?
It's by the school buses or outside shack.
Come back?
Yeah, he's just hanging out over there. In the porch.
Okay, he left that area?
Yeah, he's back over here.
He's by buses, right? Yeah, I see.
He got chased.
He's on me.
Dang, it lost so much progress.
He lost me. Is there another gen? Thank you for the hydration station, Choo Choo. I will hydrate in a moment when our lives are not in mortal peril.
Call the pallet over here.
Oh my god, Leigh! I'm gonna send this.
Leigh, can you scoot to the other side a little bit? I could help.
There.
Thank you.
He just wants the full tunnel out. It's wild.
He's not very good
Oh my
at
god.
tunneling though.
Fucking chlorophobia, man.
Get that gen done.
He knows that we're working on it. We might have to go to a different one.
He's setting me so far.
Where is another gen?
I'm in between two school buses.
Oh, here's one.
3?
Yeah, that's the one I was heading to. Oh, sorry. I tried to hit that great skill check and it in fact was not great.
It happens.
He's coming. Run, Minnow.
I'm gonna pull him away from there.
Okay, I'll get back on. Let me know if he leaves you.
Let's go back to you.
Oh, yep. Is he leaving you?
He left me. Yeah, he's going to Leigh, I think.
Okay. Recover. I'm working on the gen, so.
Okay.
Because if I pop this, I can get you up.
Going back. No, I'm good. Not the reverse stun is crazy.
Whoa! Which gate is getting open, or did get opened? I see. I'm running. Are you able to get out, Minnow?
Yes.
Okay. Nicely done. 3 out.
Oh,
Let's
so
go.
good.
Oh my god.
That was so good.
Woo! That was a rough game. Holy sheesh.
We locked in though. We did good.
That was really good. That was really freaking good.
Okay, so I heard you had said you remember I don't. I'm blasting Spotify one for me.
No, you're good. You're good.
Okay.
I don't hear you. I'm sorry.
It's fine.
I'm gonna play one more.
Yeah, same.
Yeah. Yeah, I think one more. That was good, guys. That was really good.
Yeah, I feel like we had good like call outs to try and get to that win.
Nicely done. No, it's okay, Nepo. You're totally fine, love.
Yeah, it happens.
We love you, Nepo. Now, if I can juice like that during some tournaments, that would be great. That would be great. Focus on some good things from your day, Nepo. You had specifically, that I know of, one very good thing that happened today. Remember?
What happened? What's the one good thing?
I don't know if Nepo is ready to tell people.
Okay.
But
oh, he played with me. That's the best part of his day right there.
But I want him to focus on that thing. No, if you want people to know Nepo, I want you to tell people. I want you to tell people. So if you want to tell people, you can hop in VC and you can tell people.
This map again?
I will drag you. It's Jason. I'm a schneck. I'm just gonna go ahead and get rid of this.
Good call.
Just in case he's a hex Jason.
Hopefully this Jason is more fun.
I've never played against a fun Jason. I'm gonna be real with you. I've heard that they're out there.
I've had a few like good games with Jason.
Oh, I've had a few good games, but I've never had one who has any kind of whimsy.
Okay, you're right. I haven't had a whimsy.
Oh, let me drag Nepo real quick. All right, Nepo. Share your good news with the class.
Sorry, I'm on mobile. It's
No,
like,
you're fine.
It's been a day, y'all.
But we're focusing on the good thing that happened today.
Girl, it's been like a roller coaster. It's been like high, low, high, really low. And then I guess I feel like Mish is a high too. That's insane. Mish messaged me on Instagram. That's insane.
That's a good thing. But what's the other good thing?
Crazy. Okay, no, I mean I'm fangirling. Like that's insane. Anyways,
No, that's awesome.
That's fine, but
this
that's not the good
morning,
thing I was talking about.
I got in. I was following up to an interview that I had last month for a position I applied for back in like freaking March. But I have an interview lined up on the 30th to meet with the Anthropological Association of America to be a creative director for them.
That's incredible.
Right?
What is it? What is it? I'm sorry. What was it?
He's running hubris.
Y'all are looping while I'm talking?
I made Chase. I didn't choose this life.
I'm so sorry. No, I don't mean to be a distraction.
What'd you say, Nepo?
Oh, I forgot it blocks the. Oh, I'm giving this Jason some hell right now.
Keep giving him hell.
I have an interview with the Anthropological Association of America.
Oh, nice.
They're like, I don't even, like...
Not just for any role.
A creative director.
Awesome.
It's basically their social media. They want me to run their social media campaigns.
That's awesome.
That is so
Congrats.
cool. Congrats, dude. That's awesome.
I have to make anthropology fun.
Anthropology is fun, though.
I think it's fun, but I'm also a nerd.
I am too.
I can't see your chat, by the way, because I'm on my phone. Well, I guess I could pause your stream so I don't hear it double. I still see your chat.
Who's after me?
You getting some congrats, Nepo?
Okay, I'm looking. Oh my gosh, thanks. I'm such a celebrity. So hard.
I have not had a flashlight at any point during the stream. You can call those for people. Because I wasn't carrying a flashlight at all tonight. You can just call them. Those are free.
Going into Shack.
Who's going? Okay. I love that you just run into Shack and announce it at the same time.
Do not anthropologize for being amazing, Nepo, is what zombies said.
It's too late to anthropologize.
I like that you did that with the very first match of the night and then the last.
That's wild! Don't even. That is absolutely crazy. That is such a coincidence, though.
It is.
Haha.
Hey, W save.
That was a W save. 10 out of 10.
Coming to us?
Don't know where he was throwing that.
I don't know
okay.
where he's been. He's left. Oh, he's coming back.
I'm committing.
No, I got him on me, so you're good.
Oh, that's done.
Kind of?
He's on me.
No. Okay, never mind.
You know what I haven't seen in a while? A red
Not
glyph.
you.
Where are my red glyphs at? Blood, you're baiting me. You're baiting me. You gotta be better than that. You gotta ask me something that's gonna make me do the woo hands. You know what woo hands are. Hi, White Wolf. Thank you for the daily dose of positivity. Everybody should read that. If he's waiting for Noed, he's not gonna get it. I've killed all his totems.
What was he waiting on this entire goddamn time? An invitation?
Baiting you? I would never.
What were you swinging at?
One of you guys can do the door.
I don't believe you.
Also running right for you.
I'm on my way. We were healing.
Bro, what are you doing? He just like...
Shana's a legend? I don't know about that.
He actually got me.
I'm going to a door.
I saw in a door close to me. Back to you.
Did you get that on hook?
I'm on it. I'm trying to get Leigh.
I'm just gonna run out.
Hey,
No,
just
I'm
run
lagging.
out.
I can't! Ah!
Oh, does he have the thing where if you have a hook in you, you can't get out?
Yeah, but if he hits you, he'll unblock.
He's missing.
Reset me real quick.
Oh.
And we'll go
I didn't realize you were injured. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
My red glyph! Let me get the glyph.
Why would he do that?
Because he's stinky.
Oh, you gotta get the hook out. No! Put me down!
You gotta be better than that. Leigh! Oh my god.
How did this go downhill so quickly?
I didn't realize you were outside.
Well, yeah, it's because he has a hook in you. It wouldn't let me see.
Just delayed, so I can't tell what's going on.
He tried.
We got the streak going still.
Oh, he tried.
Y'all are messy.
What do you mean?
Y'all are just messy.
What do you mean? Jason's deserve it.
Listen, I just hit Erie 1. I don't know what you mean. Or at least I hit Erie 1 at some point during the stream and I didn't realize it, so. It's fine.
Nice.
At some point. Asmodai, thank you for the hydration. Everybody please hydrate. I am out of water. Choo choo, everybody, choo choo. Whee! I will put an emote in the chat for you for the uwu hands with this right here, but I'm not doing it because you were baiting me.
Yeah, surely you know the uwu hands.
Not
Surely.
the baiting. Not the baiting.
Baiting. Baiting.
Yum.
Bunch of cheetahs. Bunch of cheetahs.
Oh, that's it for me though.
Okay.
Same.
I need to see if... Oh, she ended his stream. The person I was supposed to raid ended. That's unfortunate. Okay.
Are you all rating the same people?
I mean, we don't have to,
Do one
but we
giant,
can.
massive raid on somebody?
Oh, we can. Let's see.
Because there is a hot person live right now.
There is a couple of night terrors online right now too. There's a lot of people online, honestly. I don't know who to pick.
Looking. Looking.
Who are we rating? Who are we rating?
I'm trying to decide. I'm trying not to raid somebody that I have raided super recently. Let me see. You know, haven't been here in a while. Do you guys know this person? I'm gonna put it in the chat. Hold on. Almost put it in the wrong chat.
I do not know this person, but I'm always down to meet new people.
Okay. What do you think, Cowboy?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. All right. I will deafen for a moment, but I'll be back.
Okay.
All right, friendos. We are going to go say hi to a friend named Blue Dream that I've known for a very long time. He's lovely. Copy whichever raid message works for you. Thank you to everybody who hung out tonight. Thank you to all of our raiders. Thank you to all the people who donated, who lurked, who chatted, who showed lots of love here this evening. Please make sure you're following Minnow. Please make sure you're following Cowboy. Please make sure you're following Nepo. Please make sure you're following Jelly.
Who forgot the marshmallows?
You know, all the things.
Nerve.
Yeah, who forgot the marshmallows? Who forgot the marshmallows, Sable? The nerve. The nerve. See you next year. Please. Please, Whippy. Cammy is one of those people that you guys need to be following. Andy, I love you. Guys, follow Andy. I adore Andy. Seriously. Go follow Andy. It's good to see you, Andy. It's good to see you. I don't know if you heard me the other night, Andy. It was so chaotic. I'm so sorry. But it was good to see you the other night, too. Yeah, copy whichever raid message works for you. We'll be back on Tuesday for sure. I'll probably be in Discord over the weekend, so if you want to come hang out, come hang out. Otherwise, I'll see you Tuesday for sure. Keep an eye out for videos. Keep an eye on the socials for all the social things. You know the drill. You know the drill. And as always, I know I say this every time, but I say it and I mean it. Be kind to yourself. Do something nice for you. Seriously. Check your bingos. Okay? And hopefully I'll have my bots sorted out by next week. It's a lot of work and it's difficult. So we were told it was 12 hours. You'll get a long stream from me next month. You'll find out why. I have some exciting news. You'll find out when I can tell you. I'm under embargo right now, but you'll find out. So, I love your faces, guys. Seriously, be kind to yourself. Do something nice for you. And I'll see you next week, okay? I love you guys. I'll see you soon. Bye, everybody.